To the Revenue Committee's public hearing. My name is Senator Brad Von Giller, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Revenue Committee, and I will be chairing the hearing today. I'm from West Omaha and represent parts of Elkhorn. It's District 4. The committee will take up bills in the order that they're posted outside of the hearing room. Our hearing today is your part of the legislative process. This is your opportunity to express your position on the proposed legislation. Before us today, we do ask that you limit or eliminate handouts. If you're unable to attend a public hearing and would like your position stated for the record, you may submit your position and any comments using the legislature's website by noon the day prior to the hearing. Letters emailed to a senator or staff member will not be a part of the permanent record. If you're unable to attend and testify at a public hearing due to a disability, you may use the Nebraska Legislature's website to submit written testimony in lieu of in-person testimony. To better facilitate today's proceeding, I ask that you follow these procedures. Please turn off all cell phones and electronic devices. The order of testimony is the introducer, the proponents, the opponents, neutrals, and then the closing remarks. If you'll be testifying, please complete the green form and hand it to the committee clerk when you come up to testify. If you have written materials that you would like to distribute to the committee, please hand them to the page to distribute. We'll need 11 copies for all committee members and staff. If you need additional copies, please ask a page to make copies for you now. When you begin to testify, please state and spell your name for the record. Please be concise. It's my request that you limit your testimony to 3 minutes today. We'll use the light system. The light will turn yellow with 1 minute remaining, and then red indicates for you to wrap up your comments. There's many wishing to testify today, so we are going with the 3 minute limit. If your remarks were reflected in a previous testimony, or if you would like your position to be known but did not wish to testify, please sign the white form at the back of the room and it will be included in the official record. Please speak directly into the microphone so our transcribers are able to hear your testimony clearly. I'd like to introduce the committee staff. To my immediate left is Lyle Wheeler. To his left is Charles Hamilton. And our clerk today is Lori Valletson. Thank you, Lori, for your grace on that. And I would ask the committee members to introduce themselves, beginning at my far right.
Kathleen Kauth, Legislative District 31, the Millard area.
Dave Merman, District 38, 8 counties along the southern border.
All the way.
Oh, wow. George Dungan, District 26, Northeast Lincoln.
Thank you. And our two pages today are Amelia and Caitlin. If you'd stand, please. Amelia is a senior at UNL in political science, and Caitlin is a junior at UNL in political science. Thanks for helping us out today. Please remember that senators may come and go during our hearing as they may have bills to introduce in other committees. Refrain from applause or other indications of support or opposition. For our audience, the microphones in the room are not for amplification, but for recording purposes only. Lastly, we use electronic devices to distribute information. Therefore, you may see committee members referencing information on their electronic devices. Be assured that your presence here today and your testimony are important to us and is a critical part of our state government. Again, thank you all for being today. We appreciate your testimony today, and we will, you missed the introduction, Senator, would you like to introduce yourself?
For sure. Hi, I'm Jody Albright, District 17, Wayne, Thurston, Dakota, Dixon, and of course in Dixon. And welcome. Sorry about that.
Thank you. With that, I'll turn it over to Senator Linehan to open our testimony on LB 753.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Giller and members of the Revenue Committee. I am Luann Linehan, L-O-U-A-N-N-L-I-N-E-H-A-N, and I'm from Legislative District 39, which is Elkhorn and Waterloo in Douglas County. I'm here today to present LB 753, Opportunity Scholarship Act. LB 753, the Opportunity Scholarship Act, is exactly what it is titled. It creates an opportunity for all children in Nebraska, regardless of their parents' income, to have access to an education they want and desire, and they deserve. I'm going to take a little bit longer in my opening than I usually do because there's so much misinformation about this bill and what it would do. So let's talk about what the bill actually does. An eligible student for a scholarship is a resident student, meaning a Nebraska student, who is a dependent member whose most recent annual income had a gross income that would allow the student eligibility for the National School Lunch Program. or who is either entering kindergarten or the ninth grade for the first time or transferring from a public school. The qualified school is a K-12 private school that is operated by a nonprofit organization. There are no for-profit schools cannot use this program. It complies with all the health and life safety laws applicable to private schools and is accredited with the State Board of Education. Finally, and in addition, the scholarship granting organization who will be providing the scholarships also has to be a charitable nonprofit organization. We have, because of the bill, as many of you know, this bill has been in front of the legislature 4 times previously, maybe 5. So some of the suggestions we got last year were how are you going to make sure it goes to the most needy kids first? So this bill, which is different than previous versions, has set up a tier system. So tier 1, so these children would have to be served before any others. Eligible students who received a scholarship the prior year, a sibling of a student who receives a scholarship and resides in a household of a sibling. Tier 2, eligible students whose household income does not exceed 100% of the federal poverty level. So not free and reduced lunch, but the first kids have to be at or below the poverty level. Eligible students who enrollment to the option program, meaning they wanted to option into a different public school, but were denied. So this is an option for them. Eligible students have an individual education plan, so special ed kids. Eligible student who is subject to, and I quote LB 753 here, bullying, harassment, hazing, assault, battery, kidnapping, robbery, sexual offenses, threat or intimidation, or fighting at school. A student who is in foster care. Finally, in this first tier, eligible students of active duty military or child of a parent killed in duty. The next tier is eligible students whose household income exceeds 100% of federal poverty, but not more than 185% of poverty level. So that would be the next set up to free and reduced lunch. Tier 4, I doubt we ever get to tier 4, but eligible students whose household income exceeds 185% of the federal poverty, but is not more than 213% of federal poverty. And that is where our CHIP, the Children's Health Program, starts. So we go to the lowest level or the highest level of poverty, and then the next step, so you make sure that all the children that come into this program, the ones that get served are the neediest. Second, the SGOs, or scholarship granting organizations, must limit the amount of any scholarship awarded to the cost of tuition and fees imposed by the school. So the scholarship can't be, which makes sense. Also, no scholarship awarded through this program can exceed 75% of the statewide average general fund operating expenditures for a public school student. So right now it's around, I think it's around $11,000. So 75%, it's 25% less than they would have available for their funding in a public school. Skipping ahead in the bill, in section 10, it says that if the program is under $35 million, they can't use more than 10% of their funding for overhead. So there's no skimming off here for really expensive CEOs or executive director salary. It has to be under 10%. If they go over 35 million, it has to be under 5%. So the money gets to the children who need it. There's also transparency and oversight. So to retain their certification, all SGOs must file an audit in compliance with this section to the Department of Revenue no later than December 1 annually. The Department of Revenue then must provide the same reports to the legislature and the governor no later than December 31st of the year reported. In this report will be its policies and procedures for awarding scholarships, the number of eligible students awarded scholarships in the most recent fiscal year, the amount of contributions it received for scholarships in its most recent fiscal year, and the total amount of scholarships it awards in the most recent fiscal year. So every year, they're going to have to report what they're doing with the funding. Now, I'd like to address some myths, and I have some handouts to go with this. I appreciate the committee's patience. But there is, as you know from all your emails and many questions that you've sent to me, there is a lot of misinformation regarding this. First and foremost, nothing in LB 573 harms public schools. We are not taking any funding away from public schools. As a matter of fact, we've been here all week. You all know that we have a new governor who has purposing a tremendous additional amounts of money to public schools. But public schools, and we have many, many great ones, they're not the best fit for every kid. In many states, this program has proved to save money. I know our fiscal note that we got from the fiscal office doesn't say that, but I have some qualms about the fiscal note, and I'll just give you one example. In Nebraska, we have, well, last year, I'm not sure this year, but last year we had 28,000 children who accessed the option enrollment funding. If a net option student, meaning they've got more opting in than opting out, goes to a different public school than they are zoned to, that public school will receive around $10,700 from the state, which is in the TIOSA. So if that student would instead decide to use a scholarship and go to a private school, just one student saves the state $10,700. If 1,000 of those 27,000 kids decided to go to use the scholarship and go to a private school, it would save the state $10,500,000. And that's not a very big percentage of those kids. It's also, I have seen and you have seen that the increase going forward would soon ratchet up to over $250 million. If that is true, we have a real problem. I don't think there's that many children that are not happy in the school they're in. Another thing that we've heard, and we'll probably hear again today, Catholic schools, parochial schools, Lutheran schools don't take children with disabilities. That is not true. The state average for public schools is 16%. The state average for private schools is 12%. So yes, we don't have as many, private schools don't have as many, but they do take special ed children. And we're on that, while we're on that, I have for the committee a resolution that was passed by a school this fall that said they would take option students because they had spaces in high school. But in their resolution, it says, the school district shall not accept an option student when the acceptance of the student, this is public school, would increase the operating costs of the school district, such as by requiring the hiring of new staff or contracting with outside entities to provide services to the student. B, would require procurement of new equipment, technology, or furnishings. C, would cause or require the rearrangement of caseloads for staff and contracted professionals. D, is reasonably deemed by appropriate school staff to pose a potential risk to health or safety of students or staff. E, may pose the risk adversely affecting the quality of education services being provided to resident students by term determined by appropriate school staff. So the idea that public schools never turn away a student is just simply not true on option enrollment. This is their resolution. Whoops. The last thing I would like to hit on, and I think maybe this has gone away as a myth, I haven't seen as much, but in anticipation that comes up today, I would like to address the constitutionality of the Scholarship Opportunities Act. And it's important to remember what the First Amendment of the United States actually says. The United States provides that Congress, which would include us, shall make no law respecting the establishment of a religion. We all know that. But that's where too many people stop. It goes further, and it's in the same sentence. Nor shall they prohibit the free exercise thereof. The Supreme Court has had these cases in front of them multiple times. And they have found that there is nothing unconstitutional about a tax credit for scholarships for private education. Lastly, we will hear that this credit is somehow outrageous. If you turn to your green copy of the bill, page 14. Actually, there's a better page. Page 21. We have in Nebraska, top of the page, the Angel Investment Tax Credit Act, the Nebraska Micro Enterprise Tax Credit Act, the Nebraska Advanced Research and Development Act, the Nebraska Job Creation and Main Street Revitalization Act, the New Markets Job Growth Investment Act, the School Readiness Tax Credit Act, the Affordable Housing Tax Credit, Nebraska Higher Blend Tax Credit Act, Nebraska Property Tax Incentive, the Renewable Chemical Production Tax Credit, and not mentioned in that list, but in the bill in another part, is the Imagine Nebraska Act. And we all know the Imagine Nebraska Act, which is a tax credit, is hundreds of millions of dollars. So we have a lot of tax credits. And I think that children, especially low-income children, who are stuck in a school that doesn't fit them, has every much as right to a tax credit. As much as I love our ag producers and our businesses and new housing, as we have all those tax credits. So with that, I would take questions.
Questions from the committee? Senator Duncan?
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern, and thank you, Senator Linehan. Obviously, we're going to be here, I know, for a long time today, so I don't want to ask too many questions, and I appreciate you bringing this bill multiple times. I know it's incredibly important to you, and obviously, I think one of the things we all agree on here is trying to find the best outcome for our students here in Nebraska. I've also received a number of the emails I'm sure you've received with concerns, and so I wanted to start off today just by asking a couple of clarifying questions with
Certainly.
regard to some of the new language in this iteration of the scholarship tax credits. First of all, with that tiered system that we're talking about, do you have any data, or would that be available to us later on as to how many students are going to fall into those various tiers? Do we know the percentages of students that might apply or may be a part of those tier systems?
I don't know. I can tell you that, and I haven't looked in the last few months, but since I've been here, free and reduced students make up about 46% of the population of school students across the state. So, but that's 185%. So the first tier would be, I can't, but I'll get you that information.
I'm just curious, sort of the breakdown.
Right,
of who
no,
may
that's
be a
a
part of that.
legit, a very good question, actually.
In addition to that, one of the things that I've always sort of heard about, and that I think people discuss often, is the availability of private school options across the state. Obviously, I'm a Lincoln senator. We have certain private schools here in Lincoln that I'm familiar with. Omaha has a number as well, as do some of the surrounding areas. Do you know what the difference in availability is to, let's say, more rural students in western or central Nebraska and their availability to these things?
I really appreciate that question. I have a whole list here. We have private schools in Juanita, Elgin, actually 2 in Elgin, Albion, Alliance, Hardington, Valentine, Sutton, Clarkson, Howes, West Point, 2 in West Point, Shadron, 3 in Shadron, Dodge. Then we have a lot of Omaha. Beatrice, 2 in Beatrice, 2 in Spalding, Grand Island, several in Grand Island. Polk, Hamilton, O'Neill, 2 in O'Neill, Atkinson, Tecumseh, Creighton, Crofton, Madison, Battle Creek, Central City, Holdridge, Pierce, Plainview, Hatter. I actually didn't know there was a Hatter. Osmond, Lindsay, 2 in Lindsay, Humphrey, Columbus, I don't know where they fit, but they have several. Humphrey, again, another Humphrey, Falls City, Crete, Wahoo, 2 in Wahoo, Weston, Seward, Staplehurst, Utica. I don't know about them.
So fair,
Deschler.
fair to say there's a number that are in central and western Nebraska. I could let you go through the whole list, but I feel like there's already plenty out there.
Thank you.
Do you know, are of those ones that you just mentioned, are all of those religious institutions?
I don't know. I think there's several Catholic, there's Lutheran, there's Christian, and there's other schools. And I was told yesterday we'd have a testifier here in Omaha that is near and dear to several of our hearts, the Phoenix Academy, which, as you know, or maybe I think everybody knows this, I am very, very focused, have been since I've been here on reading, or especially 3rd grade, getting them. The Phoenix Academy helps children who are struggling readers, and they would be eligible for this program.
Do you know how many, and again, you may not have the answer right now, how many of those private institutions and some more of the central and western parts of Nebraska are nonprofits that are not religiously affiliated?
I don't know, but I can try and find that out.
Okay, just trying to figure out if there'd be an option for students who didn't want to go to a religious school, but they wanted to still go to a private institution in those areas as well.
Well, if we had a scholarship, I bet maybe somebody who wanted that could help start a school.
Another part that we had talked about, or that I heard talked about in this bill, is the so-called escalator clause.
Mhm.
And just to make sure I understand that, so currently budgeted, there's $25 million each year for the scholarship tax credit that we see in the governor's budget, I think, for the next 2 bienniums, the next 4 years or so. The bill, in its current iteration, still has a provision that allows for, I think it's 125% increase in the allocation for the Opportunity Scholarship if the entirety of that scholarship is utilized in the prior year. Is that correct?
I'm very impressed with how much you know about this bill. Yeah, that is correct.
I try to at least read the bill.
Very good. So I do have an amendment to push that out.
Okay.
And as this goes forward, if it doesn't fit, so as we go through this process, we bring bills out, then we get to the floor, and there's meetings with the governor's office and with the appropriators and with the revenue committee and others with bills. And then there's always like trimming at the end. So I do have an amendment to push it out 2 years, but obviously if we get to the end and the money's not there, then we can amend it.
And the potential proposed amendment would still have the escalator clause, but push it out a couple of years to not implement immediately.
Right.
Okay.
But also, and I think you said this, I'm sorry if you did, but the escalator doesn't kick in unless it's 90% used. So there would have to be a need there. If it doesn't get used, there's no escalator.
Okay, and just to make sure I also understand this too, individuals or businesses, any taxpayer can give money to a qualified scholarship organization and receive this tax credit up to half of their liability, correct?
Another great question. I can't believe I didn't cover that. So you get a credit, business or individual, up to 50% of what you owe, but it can't be more than 50%. So, and there's some I've gotten some emails, probably you have too, that somehow people are making money. You don't get to keep the money. Say you owe $10,000, you either give Department of Revenue $10,000 or you give the Department of Revenue $5,000 and the scholarship granting organization $5,000. You're out the money either way. And the other thing that's unique about this bill, and this was something that was brought to me 2 years ago, you can't also deduct it from your federal taxes. So there's no getting the credit and then getting the deduction, so you're actually making money. If you use this program, you cannot deduct it from your federal income taxes.
Okay, that is clarifying, thank you. And would it be allowed under the current writing of this bill for one hypothetical very wealthy corporation to claim the entirety of that tax credit?
It would be, but I find that very unlikely.
But it's possible that a few smaller but more wealthy entities could take up that entire tax credit for that year.
And I've talked about that, I think some kind of cap would be fine. You just don't want to make the cap so low that it costs you a lot of money to raise the money, because then you will mess up the overhead, trying to keep the overhead low.
Okay. And are we going to
Because
hear?
you know from raising money. It takes as much time to get 100 as it does 1,000.
It does.
It does.
A lot of phone calls. Are we going to hear from some proponents from the governor's budget office like we did earlier to discuss?
No, that's probably better for the next.
Okay. Yep. I'll hold off on that then. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Here, can you hand out the minutes?
Other questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, we will welcome proponents. I believe our first proponent is prepared to go. Welcome, Governor.
Good afternoon, Vice Chairman Von Gillerin and members of the Revenue Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to visit. My name is Jim Pillen, J-I-M, P as in Paul, I-L-L-N. Have the incredible privilege to serve as your governor of the great state of Nebraska. As I said this morning, it's never normal to say that yesterday, this morning, this afternoon, but it's an extraordinary privilege, and I'm here to testify in support of LB 753, the Opportunity Scholarships Act. It's Friday afternoon, it's gonna be long, so I want to share something I'll bet you're not gonna forget. Suzanne is here, and she just came from a school helping celebrate as First Lady Catholic Schools Week. And you'll never forget the two quick, we love our kids and our kids, so you'll never forget 2 questions that she was asked. Really important. What is your age? And how much do you weigh, honey? So I don't think we'll forget that. That's precious stuff. So with that, I think that what's really important is every Nebraskan, we all agree in our kids, and our kids are our future, and that we never ever want to give up on a kid. We're all in 100% agreement of that. The other thing I think that's really important in regard to 753 is this is not a discussion about whether public education or private education is best. We need both for the great quality of life and for our kids in the state of Nebraska. We need both. I believe that every single Nebraska child should have access to the best education, no matter their zip code or their family's financial situation. That's why I've asked Senator Linehan, it's a privilege to partner with her to introduce this bill on my behalf. I have allocated $25 million for the biennium, just for the next 2 years in my proposed budget for this program. My top priority as your governor is our kids in Nebraska. LB 753 is just one piece of my education and tax proposals that invest in our kids. I believe in supporting Nebraska's public schools. My budget proposals are historic for public education funding K through 12 and special education with the creation of the Education Future Fund that's over $1 billion and will be funded for $250 million for the next 5 years. I also believe that this $25 million scholarship tax credit program is incredibly important and necessary for the investment in our education for Nebraska's children. LB 753 will establish a scholarship program for Nebraska kids whose needs are, whose parents believe their needs are best met outside of public education. It's just that simple. Scholarships are funded by taxpayer donations, which are incentivized by the state dollar for dollar tax credit. Opportunity scholarships are focused, prioritized for kids who live in poverty, foster care system, military families, and those with special needs. That's the priority. Suzanne and I have been mom and dad for 42 years. And we've had kids in school that length of time. And I think what what we have certainly learned is every child learns differently, and not one size fits all. Non-public schools in Nebraska offer a high-quality educational option to many students across the state that just simply can't be denied. But for many families, the tuition cost is prohibitive. We cannot let financial burden of a family be an obstacle for these kids to get the best education that meets their needs and for our state to flourish. I'm going to brag a little bit about my hometown. Columbus, Nebraska, we're incredibly proud of how everybody works together in our community to serve, to make it a great community, educating our young people, becoming good citizens, building up the workforce, becoming great taxpayers, and giving parents the options they want and need for their children. I think we have 6 or 7 different private schools options in Columbus community, with the whole community working together to make it happen. Columbus is just one example of communities across the state with both public and private schools coexisting, providing, we all want to compete, right? World-class educational experience for our Nebraska kids. So from Hardington to Humphrey to Ogallala to Omaha, together we can help our kids succeed and thrive and want to stay to build lives. I believe it's vitally important that parents have the opportunity to make a decision that's best for their children. We can't let one kid fall through the cracks. We need to focus on students, not systems. LB 753 has my full endorsement and support. Nebraska remains only one of 2 states. We all agree we don't want Iowa to beat us. We got to beat Iowa. Yet Iowa just committed $345 million a year to their budget for help support private schools. This is a step, and I believe it's really, really important because no kid deserves to be left behind. Thank you. I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Governor, I just have one question. You mentioned the word competition. In Columbus, did competition make all of the schools better? Did it harm any of the schools? Tell me what competition did for schools in Columbus.
Yeah, I think that in Columbus, we have vibrant educational opportunities from early childhood to through the grade schools. Some options are K through 5. Some are K through 6, and then we would have middle schools that are 5 through 9. We'd have middle schools that are 7th and 8th grade. I think the key is it gives options what best meets the needs, and it's pretty cool. There's some families that have one child that have 5 children, and 4 might go to public school, and there might be a child in there that a different system is best, or the other way around. So what I'm incredibly proud of about Columbus is we've all worked together to figure out a way to make sure that any family that had that we come together and support that family. So we have an awesome school system in Columbus.
Good.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thanks to you and the First Lady for being here today.
Thank you.
And again, we open for proponent testimony.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Jayleisha Cooper, JayleishaCooper, and I was a recipient of the Children's Scholarship Fund in Omaha, Nebraska. When I first started out, I started in a public school, but the large class sizes were just not conducive to the way that I learned as an individual. And my mom knew this, but unfortunately was unable to afford private school at the time. However, she worked extremely hard to find options for my brother and I, and was able to get a scholarship through the Children's Scholarship Fund to attend a private school in Omaha. I can honestly say that going to a private school changed my life. It brought me out of my shell. I joined extracurriculars. I skipped a grade. I had all A's throughout my entire K through 12 education for the most part. But even with the help of the scholarship, my mother had to work multiple jobs to afford the education for my brother and I. And there's no reason that a parent should have to sacrifice so much time with their children just to be able to afford a quality education. I would also like to say that the life I'm living right now is not the one that was written out for me with statistics. Statistically speaking, I was born to a mother who was 19 years old when she had me, and my father has been incarcerated throughout my entire life. Everyone in my family has either gotten pregnant young, never went to college, dropped out of high school, has been incarcerated, or has been addicted to drugs. I, on the other hand, am 19 years old and attend the number 6 school in the United States. This would not have been possible if it were not for the school choice that I received and the scholarship and private education that my mother and private donors provided for me. There needs to be more options for kids in Nebraska. There's no reason that you're zoned to a school based on your zip code and you're only allowed to attend a school that your parents can afford. Even though my mom was fortunate enough to be able to work multiple jobs, that took a lot of quality time away from my brother and I. She was also in school while working overnights and would not see us for like 3 days at a time just so that we can get the best education. I will forever be grateful for what she did, but I hope that you guys support LB 753 so that more kids can have the opportunity that I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Albright.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate you being here. You speak very well in front of a large group like this. You might consider becoming a state senator someday, replacing some of us. But your mother really did care a lot about you, and I'm so grateful that we have a program like this that we can consider. Did your brother also go to the same school, or did he say?
Oh, my brother did. So we both attended Holy Name,
Okay.
and then from Holy Name, I went to Duchesne, and I'm at the University of Chicago now. I'm a sophomore, and my little brother, he's a junior at prep. So we both finished out private school.
I'm excited to hear your story and many others hopefully to follow so that we can hopefully get this taken care of this year. Thanks
Thank
for being here.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Cooper. We're proud of your accomplishments.
Thank you.
Next proponent.
I am Donnell Gluns, DAWNELL GLUNZ. I have been an educator for 36 years. I've taught in Florida, Pennsylvania, and the great state of Nebraska. In May of 2020, I retired from public education after 33 years and am blessed to be an instructor at Grand Island Central Catholic. For the past 3 years, I want to say this early and often. LB 753 and school choice are not about politics or public versus private education. It's about finding the right fit for our scholars, period. Throughout my career, I provided special education services and co-taught with other academia in the fields of math, science, and English. Currently, I teach speech, algebra, and provide intervention to middle and high school students who are on an IEP or 504 plan, or other identified students who struggle academically, emotionally, or are disadvantaged. I came to Grand Island Central Catholic in August 2020. At that time, we had 11 students receiving either services for an IEP or 504. Fast forward to the fall of 22, we now have 25 students receiving services, including middle school students diagnosed with traumatic brain injury, hard of hearing, and autism. Many families yearn for their sons and daughters to be nurtured in faith-based rigorous curriculum while being supported mentally, socially, emotionally, and educationally. LB 753 will support these desires. I repeat, Having educated in both public and non-public schools, I know we've got great schools in Nebraska. Great schools with dedicated teachers that are dedicated to their students. LB 753 is about finding the right fit for all scholars. I have provided you parents testimony as they were not be able to be here today. I've dedicated my entire career towards making a difference one child at a time, and I am not done. LB 753 will make a difference one child, one family at a time. It takes all of us to service these scholars, and now is the time. It is time to put politics aside and come together, serving disabled and disadvantaged scholars in the environment which best meets their social, emotional, mental, and academic needs. Nebraska scholars deserve the opportunity to find the right fit for them. Non-public schools like GICC will continue to advocate for scholars with disabilities and disadvantages with the power of school choice. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Senator Albright?
I just have a quick question. Thank you for being here and thank you for your testimony. Now, would you know about the funding? Do you get more money for public school funding for special education than you would in a non-public setting?
So when I was instructing in a public school, yes, we did have some kickback from the SPED services that we received. And in our private school, we do not.
You do not.
We do not.
So, like a public school wouldn't just ask you to take on a special education or a special ed student without giving you some kind of funding? Or is that how that would work?
Yes, that's how it works. So when I was at my last public school was at Central City,
Yeah.
in Central City, Nebraska, obviously. And for every student that we got, there was a percentage of support that we got per student
Okay,
that was in the special education program.
okay. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Duncan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gilbert, and thank you for being here. I think you provide a unique perspective, having taught in both public schools and private schools. I have questions that are similar to Senator Albright, and I apologize if they're not in your wheelhouse, but I know here in Lincoln, there are private schools that utilize the special ed services of public schools.
Okay.
Is that the same in Grand Island as well?
Yes, all of our students that are from Grand Island are on an IEP. If they're from a community neighboring Grand Island, then they come in from their home district. Like, for instance, we have a student that residence is in St. Paul. So he comes into services and he's on what we call an extended service plan. So it's an ESP. It parallels an IEP. And those districts, then those students are eligible for services from Grand Island Public Schools. And that is a consult basis. So they come into Grand Island Central Catholic 15 minutes once a month to provide services to those students, but they're not on campus on a regular basis.
Okay, so, and just for those at home who may not know, I know we use a lot of acronyms here, but what's an IEP?
Thank you. Individual Education Plan, which lays out the goals for reading or math or behavioral or emotional concerns, and then provides those students statewide and federally backed accommodations. So it levels the playing field for those in a classroom.
And the determination or the implementation of an IEP is done by the public school system?
Yes.
And
Until
so, sorry, no, go ahead.
That the public school writes the IEP, monitors the IEP, and then again, they come in once a month for 15 minutes and provide services to those students. And that's why Mr. Engel, my principal, and the bishop knew that Central Catholic was losing enrollment because they did not have in-house fed services. So that's why they hired me 3 years ago.
And so you provide sort of additional or consistent on-campus special ed services, but the public school is still offering their services as well? Do they come in and still offer their occasional services for special ed in the school?
Yes, I'm there every day of the week and providing special ed services, and then the covered the 504 plans as well. And then I have 2 paras as well.
And I'm sorry, what's a 504 plan?
A 504 plan is something that you can have due to an emotional or medical concern. So those kids that have mental illness or they've got attention deficit disorder, they can qualify for a 504 plan. It's similar to an IEP, just not as burden, and it has to be a medically based condition.
And when you work with a student who has a 504 plan or an IEP, in terms of updates of how that care is going or how the actual student is doing, do you report back to the public school then about updates as to the compliance with that IEP?
Yes.
Okay.
And
And-
the parents of an IEP are given progress reports, the same as report cards. So every 9 weeks, they get a report on how that student is progressing through their plan towards their achievement of goals.
Got it. And obviously, it's incredibly fortunate for Grand Island Central Catholic to have somebody on campus providing those services on a regular basis. Not every private school has somebody who can fulfill that service, correct?
Correct.
And so there are a number of private schools across the state that don't have full-time on-campus special ed services, correct?
Correct.
And so on those specific instances, they would still rely on whatever public school assistance they can receive for special ed.
Yes, that is correct.
And the special ed from that school is all dictated still by the IEP or the 504. And so the main public school still is having to consistently work with those youth on a weekly basis or however often it requires through the IEP.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Senator Kauth.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern. Hi. So you have, first of all, thank you for testifying and thank you for serving kids for 36 years. That's amazing. What are some of the differences? We hear a lot about the best fit for the child. So what are some of the differences that you've seen as far as from the public to the private school, things that have made a difference for a specific child?
Okay. I'll reflect back to when I was in public school, both in state of Florida, Pennsylvania, and then different districts here in Nebraska. You're limited to what you can provide for the students based on their IEP and whether or not they qualify, because there is a rigorous system of evaluation that a student has to go through to determine whether or not they can receive services. And there are many times that a student has learning deficits or has disadvantages emotionally or mentally that is preventing them from progressing with their classmates, but it's not severe enough that they qualify for special ed services. So then those students are just left with no services. If they don't have a medical condition that we can get them on a 504, they're just left to struggle. That's one of the huge benefits that I value very much at being at Grand Island Central Catholic, is that we're not bound by that. So when we see a student that is struggling, that we may evaluate and they don't qualify for SPED services, we can still work with that student. Our hands are not tied. So I mentioned in my testimony that we bring them into my program and I can provide them intervention, even though we do not have a state federally mandated plan in a file drawer somewhere. We are able to meet those needs because we're not bound.
So it's a more immediate way of, you see a problem, you fix a problem.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Another question, Senator Duncan?
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern. I apologize. You're probably going to hear me talk a lot today, and I'm so sorry. You've been fantastic, and I just don't know if we're going to get to hear from another person with your experience on both public school and private school. So I want to clarify something, and I legitimately don't know the answer to this question. What is the difference in expulsion practices from a private school to a public school? So I assume that private schools have a set list of rules that if a child violates to a certain degree, they can be expelled. What does that look like versus the expelling of a student from a public school, and what alternatives be provided to that student at that point in time? I don't know how that plays into each other.
Okay. In the public school, if a student is on an IEP, and let's just say that they've got emotional and behavior concerns, it's not a reading disability or a math calculation concern, and they have been given in-school suspension or out-of-school suspension, there is a manifestation determination that the process needs to be followed before that student can be expelled. And so after 5 days, committee meets and it's the team and determines whether or not that we need to put further behavior plans in place or otherwise meet the students' needs so that we can manage them and they can be more successful in school. And then we meet again at day 8. And then at day 10 is when the manifestation has to happen to determine whether or not we can expel or not.
And that's for, sorry, go ahead.
That's for public school.
Okay. And then what is the, I guess, process and procedure for where you're currently at, which I guess you would have the expertise in for Grand Island Central Catholic?
I don't have the answer to that question, simply because it's not that we don't have concerns with students that have behaviors or emotional needs, but we've never reached that point.
Okay.
Like we just don't have kids that end up in suspension out of school or in school, very rarely.
Got it. And there's just not a practice and a procedure that you recall right off the top of your head for what that
Correct.
would
If
look
there
like.
is one, I am not aware.
Totally fine. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes,
Just
Senator
one,
Albright.
just one more quick question. If you can answer this for me on the public school side, are they required to provide services for every child with disabilities, with special needs?
If that child has qualified for services through the evaluation process, yet it is law.
Okay.
It is.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Glynn, I just have a few questions. I think I really loved what you described. Would you describe your relationship with the public schools in Grand Island as a successful partnership?
The private school in Grand Island?
Well, as far as with the special ed kids, I'm
Okay.
sorry, I wasn't specific.
Okay, I
But
understand
The IEP
now.
programs, the 504s, where they come in, and it sounded like to me that they write the program and you implement the program, and then they come in and monitor the program.
That
Would
is
that be
correct.
accurate?
So the services that I provide and the paras that are at Grand Island Central Catholic, we are in the classroom, like all of my paras are in the core classes with the students. And then during those study hall times that I referenced, that's when I can work with them, provide extra teaching, more accommodations, extended time on testing, those
Okay.
kinds of things.
Okay.
And when Grand Island Public comes in, again, there's one consult, and she comes in once a month for 15 minutes. And then she sees each of those students on her day that we get her is on Tuesday.
Okay.
And so for 15 minutes, she does either a reading probe or a math probe with them to determine how their reading or math has improved.
Okay, great. And if the Opportunity Scholarship Program moved forward, would that improve would that increase opportunities? Would it improve relationships? Would it, I presume since you're here as a proponent, you believe that that'd be a good thing?
I don't think the relationship with that consultant and the services that we get would change any at all.
Would it expand that opportunity for other kids?
Yes,
Okay, all right, thank you.
yes.
All right, any other questions? Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Yeah, next proponent, please.
Hi, my name is Lucy Gaffon, LucyGhaifan. Hello, my name is Lucy Gaffon, and I am a senior at Grand Island Central Catholic. I came to GICC my freshman year supported by financial aid from a private donor. Straight up, I struggled with my classes. I just didn't understand. That's where I got really frustrated with myself, very frustrated. I used to avoid my assignments and would shut down by falling asleep. My teachers were frustrated with me and my grades weren't the best. I just didn't get it. My sophomore year, Mr. Engel hired Mrs. Gluntz. Mrs. Gluntz helped me understand that I have a learning disability in reading and math. I struggled understanding why I wasn't like the other students, why I wasn't average. She helped me understand why classes weren't easy for me. She spent time with me during study hall, during class, after school, and before games, helping me get better with my homework. My teammates would help me on the bus to games and on the way home. My grades kept on improving. Now I advocate for myself during class by asking questions. I stay awake. I make arrangements to test with Mrs. Guns. My confidence has grown in the classroom. This past fall, my cousin and I met with the school board and presented our opinions why GICC needs to honor Martin Luther King Jr. and need the day off to honor MLK and his dream. A few years ago, I would never have had this confidence. Now I feel prepared for what's ahead. I have a voice, and that's because of GICC and their work with students like me who learn differently. So I ask you and all your senators to support LB 753 so all the kids have the right to choose where they want to go to school with financial, mental, emotional, and academic support. I'd also like to take the time to say thanks to our Senator Aguilar. He has been so good at realizing this isn't about public or private schools. It's about the kids. I hope everyone can see it like he does.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Next proponent. Excuse me, what sport do you play? I should have asked one more question.
I played basketball, volleyball, soccer.
Okay. Looks like you got a road wound there. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Emily Burgess, EMILYBORGES. Hello, and I graduated from Central Catholic in 2022. Growing up, I always struggled with my reading and learning. When I was in elementary school, my teachers and family noticed that I was struggling with reading, starting in 3rd grade. Yet the private school did not support me. So my grandmother found some different things on Pinterest for me to use when I was at school and at home during the summer. But I struggled as my classmates saw my problems. I tried to hide it for as long as I possibly could, but it got worse. Everyone started to notice, and so my teacher had a talk with my whole class and said that it was not nice to make fun of people. I struggled to feel accepted and comfortable, so I enrolled at Grand Island Central Catholic as an 8th grader. I continued to struggle until I met a teacher that changed my life for the better, Mrs. Glenz. She was the first person in all the schools I attended to realize I just learned differently. The second I courageously shared my problem, she jumped into action. She partnered with staff from Grand Island Public Schools to get me tested for a learning disability. It was determined that I had a major problem with reading. After my IEP was written, I was succeeding with my reading. I continued to work with Mrs. Glenz at GICC and took a special class at GISH to help me understand how to read better. I soon found out that my reading level was going up and that I would be able to understand my English class way better. Going into my senior year, Miss Glenz did not stop helping me every step of the way. She was there for me. Any homework I was stuck on, she was there for me. She supported me in all my classes. With the tools I was given, I was able to do more and gain confidence. GICC and Miss Glenz were the first to see my individual needs. GICC has helped me become a teacher's assistant and get involved with Big Brother, Big Sister. Today, I am proud to tell you that I have decided to become a special education teacher. The GICC team made my learning disability an easy thing to accept. They believed in me, and I want to do that for other kids. My story is about a school and a teacher who believed in me, and a partnership with the community, Grand Island Central Catholic, Grand Island Public Schools, and Big Brother, Big Sister. That's how kids learn, the community coming together for them. We should put all the politics aside and focus on that. That's what's best for the kids. I'm here to support of LB 753. Because no kid should have to wait until their junior year to find the assistance they need. My grandma and family have incredible sacrifices, and there are so many kids that cannot. LB 753 is to stopping the pattern and educating kids as a community and giving them a chance to find their best fit.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Kauth.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillern. So you actually had started in a private school and then went to a public school and wound up, and so you really had to search for the school that fit you best.
Yeah, I started at Trinity Lutheran, which is a Lutheran private school, and then I went for 1 year at Donovan Trumbull, and then I finally went to Central Catholic.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, Senator Albright.
Thank you. Mine's just a comment. Thanks for going into teaching. We have a shortage.
Senator Duncan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern. Thank you for being here. I think I hopefully can speak on behalf of the whole committee when I say you're spectacular. And all the other students that are here today are just absolutely amazing. Yeah, seriously, thank you all for coming. I appreciate it. The story that you tell us here, to me, is one about partnership, obviously. And specifically, one thing you highlight in here is that you found a teacher that had an impact on you, right? It sounds like Mrs. Glenz really changed your life. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have teachers like that changed my life too. It's really important to me, I think, what you point out in your testimony, however, that there's that partnership aspect, right? It sounds like it was your partnership with, is it Grand Island Senior High that helped you get that IEP?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the process like for that? Do you go to the school? Do they come to you? What's the actual process for getting that IEP figured out? Just because
So-
we don't always see that.
You're good. So after I can express my concern with Mrs. Gluns, she set up a meeting for me after school with Grand Island Public Schools, their person that comes in, and I got tested. So I had to do math, reading, everything like that. It was a time test. I had to read all that stuff. So after that, I did that. A couple weeks later, I had a meeting with my parents, all my teachers, Mrs. Gluns, and those people that gave me the test and all them. So they went through and explained all my testing and explained what I would need. And then my teachers also explained how I was, what I was dealing with. And then Miss Gluns also advocated for me as well.
Got it. That makes sense. And then once they gave you sort of your ultimate plan on the IEP of what would be best for you moving forward, did you work on that on campus at GICC or did you work on that on campus at GISH?
So I stayed at Central Catholic the whole time. My class that I took my junior year was actually online,
Okay.
but the teacher was in person at GISH. So I would Zoom into the meeting and I would be there for their whole 90-minute class. So that means I would have to take time on my schedule. So I missed 3 or 4 classes a day, every 2 days that it was at. So I would be gone and doing those in Mrs. Gluns' class.
That's 90 minutes on a Zoom call is a long time. So thank you. I appreciate you being here. And again, congratulations on all the work you've done. It's amazing.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Borges. We're proud of you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. I know we violated the no clapping rule, but I think we make a great exception. The next proponent, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Robert Ziegler, Robertziegler. Vice Chair Gillern and members of the Revenue Committee, please accept this letter as my testimony. Thank you for your service to the state and for the opportunity as a citizen to participate in the democratic process with the work of the legislative branch. In my district, the LCMS Nebraska Lutheran Schools, we have 65 schools with an enrollment of 6,347 students and a certified staff of 514. I am the superintendent for the non-public Lutheran schools, and I work with our president of the district, Richard Snow, who is a pastor. I also serve on the NCTE, the Nebraska Council on Teacher Education, and the Nebraska Department of Education's Committee of Practitioners. The Lutheran school system that I'm a part of is based nationally out of St. Louis, Missouri. And our denomination states that we believe God created the family unit and the parents are the primary educators of their children. The parents should be free to choose the school entity they believe best meets the needs of their unique family and children. Our school system also operates for accountability, National Lutheran School Accreditation, NLSA. It's a process which is also recognized by the world's largest accrediting agency of public and non-public schools, Cognia. Schools accredited by NLSA are automatically eligible for dual accreditation with Cognia. We also work with the LSEM, the Lutheran Special Education Ministries, which is a national organization to help our 35 districts across the nation meet the needs of each unique learner who is enrolled. Prior to returning to Nebraska in 2015, I served for 16 years as a principal at one of our Lutheran schools in Florida. In that state, we were able to serve many children and families who struggled with poverty, who normally would not even inquire about attending a faith-based school due to tuition costs. We were able to connect with them because the state of Florida had given them an avenue for choice through the tax credit scholarship program. We then enrolled them in our Lutheran school and met their unique education needs. The Lutheran schools in Nebraska could serve those children and families who struggle with poverty in greater numbers in Nebraska if this bill was passed. The Florida legislation has stood the test of time. It has stood through implementation and the judicial review process. I support LB 753 Opportunity Scholarships Act. This legislation will provide so many more educational opportunities for Nebraska's children and help them be successful. Nebraska is one of just 2 states without school choice, and this is a responsible first step. The legislation does not take money from public schools.
Thank you, Mr. Ziegler, for being respectful of the time. Any questions from the committee? Senator Duncan?
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern. Sir, thank you for being here today. Again, you bring some expertise, I think, to the table with regards to your experience. Did you say both here in Nebraska and in Florida?
Yes,
Currently, you're the superintendent of the Northeast District of LCMS schools, correct?
in Nebraska.
In
yes.
Nebraska, right?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, for any of the schools that you are the superintendent of right now, are there any non-discrimination clauses with regards to acceptance into the schools?
No, our schools do not discriminate.
But are there any parameters written into your bylaws or however that's written saying that you cannot discriminate based on race, gender, sexual orientation, anything like that?
No.
Right now, if a student applied to come into one of your schools and was a trans student, would they be admitted in?
Yes.
Okay. So that you could accept them on an individual basis, but there's nothing prohibiting discrimination in your bylaws.
Correct. We don't discriminate.
Okay, thank you. And in Florida too, I know I have a little bit of information here regarding some of the programs that have happened down there with regards to some of the scholarship tax credits and also the private school system in Florida. One of the things they pointed out in 2017 when the School Superintendents Association had a report outlining various programs that utilize tax credit scholarships, they noted that there's not really any meaningful gains in standardized test scores when looking at Florida in particular. The broader point I guess I'm asking about or trying to make is it looks like across the board, there is not overarching empirical evidence that students tend to do better academically speaking when they're in a private school versus a public school. In your personal experience, have you seen that to be true, or do you believe there is merit and virtue academically to being in a private school versus a public school?
In our Lutheran schools, which I can only speak to because that's what I'm part of, we do see academic gains.
Okay.
Many of our schools also use the same testing services, most recently the MAP testing, and we do have measurable gains in the students that we've worked with.
Great. And can you tell me a little bit more too about what the interplay is between your schools and the public schools that are in your area? I assume you heard the testimony about
Yes.
special ed. Yes, so
Yes,
something like that.
we're very blessed in the state of Nebraska for my schools, which stretch all the way from Sydney to Omaha and north and south. I believe we are very blessed with good working relationships with our public school counterparts. Because what I find in Nebraska is everyone, like the governor said, is interested in what's best for children. And so we see that there's great cooperation. Also, the federal government, because of their involvement in special education, dictates a lot of that interplay between the groups for meeting those unique learner needs. And furthermore, when there is a question or something doesn't seem to be going quite right, the federal government has also appointed ombudsmen for us to work with public school counterparts who may be frustrating in the processes they're working at, but generally speaking, issues are resolved very easily. So we're very thankful for that.
And that makes sense. In your experience as superintendent, if the public school were to, for whatever reason, at some point down the road, not be able to fulfill their role that they play in the interplay between your school and theirs, say, for example, working with special ed, let's say for some reason, 10 to 15 years from now, the funding is not there and they say, hey, we can't come to your school and provide this anymore. Would your schools be able to sufficiently serve the needs of all of your students with regards to special education, or are you reliant to a certain extent on that relationship with the public school system?
Yeah, so for the more severe needs, we're very reliant. In the earlier testimony, you heard about 504s and so forth. That's kind of commonplace. Our classroom teachers handle those kinds of things, the ADDs and all that kind of stuff. My larger schools have some full-time equivalent resource teachers, just like Grand Island Central Catholic. But certainly those students that are higher on the autism spectrum and so forth, those services are just critical.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Senator Cal.
Thank you, Senator Brown Gillern. So I was reading through the packet of information and the Ed Choice report that shows school choice saves state money. Can you go through that a little bit? I find it very interesting that giving money to a private school would actually save us money in the state coffers.
Yeah, over the years, the various studies from different groups, and this is just one of them that I found. And earlier in my letter, I think I cited the state report from the state of Florida as well. And basically, as you take a look at that again and again, what they're finding is because students in our faith-based schools are often educated with less total dollars than are spent in the public schools per child, through the various tax credits and so forth, there actually ends up being a savings for the state for each child that chooses to be in our school system, even through the tax credit scholarship program. It's, I think the state of Florida statistic was for every dollar spent on the program, the state saved $1.49. And the Ed Choice has, I think, $1.80 to $2.85 range. But I think the national average on all the other states that have choice is around $1.50.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think you mentioned that if a student that had been bullied in a public school or a private school for being trans or whatever the situation might be, you would accept them in your school?
Yes. Yeah.
The Lutheran school. So in other words, you do think that it should be, the state should encourage parents to decide what's best for their children and encourage them to choose a school that's best for their student.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Mr. Ziegler, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next proponent, please.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Von Gillern and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Anthony Williams. That's ANTHONY WILLIAMS. And I support LB 753. I'm privileged to serve as the principal of the Omaha Street School. We are a private, faith-based, alternative high school for at-risk youth in the inner city of Omaha, Nebraska. Personally, I've now worked 10 years in public education as both a teacher and administrator, and now I've served the Omaha Street School the last 4 years as principal. We are committed to an intentionally smaller experience for students with an 8-to-1 classroom student-teacher ratio, focused on helping students who struggle academically and socially emotionally. A large percentage of our kids have already attempted school in the public school system. In fact, almost 98% have endeavored elsewhere before enrolling at the Omaha Street School. It is important to note that 80% of our students comes from families that are underprivileged homes with incomes at or below the poverty line. Not only are we committed to helping students experience success in the classroom, but we also offer support with mental health. We have a full-time mental health professional on staff, and every student has mandatory small group therapy each week and individual therapy 1 to 3 times per month. I want to share a story about one of our students. We'll call him Jerry. Jerry enrolled at Omaha Street School about 6 semesters ago as a sophomore. After several assessments, we found out that Jerry was functionally illiterate and only reading at a preschool level. In fact, the young man didn't even like reading aloud in front of others. With the level of supports we were able to offer Jerry during his high school career, and coupled with his own desire to better himself, not only did he drastically improve his reading ability, but that young man just graduated this past December. He is now pursuing certification as a mechanic. As I understand, this bill, LB 753, is a start in granting parents, especially those from high poverty households, the ability to have access to opportunities in the education of their child that they might not have otherwise. That's what we do at the Omaha Street School. We partner with families to get kids what they need. This bill to me is a bill of opportunity, an opportunity for parents to truly consider school enrollment in the best interest of their children, not bound by geographic location or affordability. At the end of the day, shouldn't any family, regardless of socioeconomic status, choose the best education for their child? So why is this bill important? I will reiterate, every parent should have access to the best educational fit for their child. If you think about it, for families with means, educational opportunity already exists. Parents can move to a different school district or pay private school tuition. However, less fortunate families have little recourse and must send their children to the nearest public school where they have no choice in what or how their children will experience education. I ask each of you to please support LB 753 and help give parents and kids hope for the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Williams. Questions from the committee? Senator Albright?
Thank you. Vice Chair Von Gillern. Can you tell me how many students do you have enrolled like at this time?
At this time, we have 34 students,
34,
all in 9th through 12th grade.
9 through 12.
Mhm.
And how do they end up coming to your school?
Word of mouth. We don't really market. We do have a social
Word of
media
mouth.
page. We have a great relationship with the juvenile justice system.
Okay.
We have a great relationship with Omaha Public Schools, for which I worked 8 years for. We know a lot of other foster kid support organizations. So folks just know about us. We've been in existence for about the last 23 years.
And how do the children, how do you get paid to take?
We do charge tuition, but because of the high percentage of poverty, most of our families, 84%, in fact, are only spending $30 a month to send their kids to us for education.
Okay. And graduation rate?
Prior to my arrival, the graduation rate was around 70. The graduation rate now, with the caveat, for kids that begin their senior year with us and stay with us the entire year, our graduation is 100%. We've lost 3 kids, 1 to incarceration and 2 to dropout.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Senator Dungan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern. And again, reiterating thanks for what you do. I think the school sounds absolutely amazing. And I've actually heard of the work that you do before in Omaha, and I think people very much appreciate it. To clarify, to make sure I understand, and kind of bouncing off Senator Albright's question, so how are the students right now paying for tuition, given the fact they are high poverty, and it sounds like they're only spending, you said $34 a month, $84 a month. How is the difference being made up? Is that through grants?
Yes, we are a grant writing organization. We pound the floors every year to go out and ask people for support. We're supported by churches, philanthropic organizations, charities, private citizens.
Okay, so there are donations that you drum up. You have a foundation sort of, or you fundraise.
Correct.
Okay. And in addition to that, receive grants.
Correct.
Are any of the students that are going there right now currently receiving scholarships through any kind of nonprofit group?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so nobody right now that you know of would necessarily benefit from what we're talking about with this legislation with regards to receiving a scholarship.
I think
And then
any
coming here.
student would benefit. We intentionally keep our tuition low so that we can help as many kids as we can based on the model that we deploy.
Okay.
We would love to help more kids with that low number for student-teacher ratio. The cost, the model is costly.
Absolutely. What's your current capacity?
Right, we're at 35. We're hoping to get to 50 in the next 2 years, but right now we're at 35.
Thank you. I appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Other questions from the committee? Senator
I
Albright?
just have one quick question. Thank you. So you don't, like if these children came from a public school setting, you wouldn't get any funds if they come to your school from?
So to clarify, we receive title funds based on student enrollment, which for us is about $1,200 to $1,500 a year.
Okay.
We don't get to control that money. That money stays with the home public school system. They give us, we're afforded a number.
Mhm.
We then have a list of allowable categories in which we can expense that money. And we send that into the home school district for them to write the checks to for whatever services we need. So special education also, because the state requires that the home school district picks up that expense. If I did not have a dual endorsed staff member who's endorsed in social studies and special education, I would then have to bus my kids to the nearest public high school for services, which if you take account the travel time, they're losing instructional minutes every day if we had to do that.
Right.
Because I have a dual endorsed staff person, we don't have to do that. And so our kids do get services.
Great, thank you.
Yes, Senator Murray.
So, as I understand it, you serve students that mainly the public school has failed them, and they've dropped
I would
out.
not categorize it as a failure. Some kids do fail. Either, most of our kids are at our school due to truancy issues, academic issues, or behavior issues. But like everyone has said so far in this proponent portion of today's proceedings, some of our kids come to us because their parents think they need a different and smaller experience for their kid.
Yeah, I should rephrase that. It's not necessarily the public school that's failed them, but they've failed for some reason.
Yes.
And typically in a public school.
Yes, sir.
So if because of lacking the funds to be in your school for one reason or another, and they couldn't attend your school, these students would probably not do very well.
It's possible. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, that was a question I was going to ask, but for the Omaha Street School, what would happen with these kids?
There are other private schools, or they could enroll in other public schools in the city of Omaha.
Okay, so most of them have already come from.
Like 98% of my kids come from
I'm
OPS.
fairly familiar with the Omaha Street School. It's kind of a last stop for a lot of kids.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for what you do.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank
Other
you.
proponents? Which one of you is going to testify?
She would like to say some things. Is it okay if I get water? My throat is very dry. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's been really good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Is that going to be taking off my time?
No, you're, but you do need to start.
Okay, hello, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Rebecca Schwend, REBECCA SCHWEND. I'm a resident of Lincoln. I'm a former elementary school teacher with 11 years of experience in both public and private schools. And I'm a proud mother of 4 beautiful children, 6 and under. My husband and I moved to Nebraska from Oregon in 2021. So all my teaching experiences is in Washington and Oregon. When I was student teaching in 2005, my mentor teacher gave me the best advice. Never think you love or know a child better than their parents. In my 11 years as a teacher, I saw that making the parents the expert of their child led to amazing outcomes for my students. I believe empowering parents with option leads to better outcomes for children. The state should not be in the business of pushing parents to the backseat in their child's educational journey. With school choice and with scholarships, families are in the driving seat, and that's how I think it should be. I want to tell you about my daughter, Lily. She's currently 4.5. Lily barely said a word at the age of 2. She started speech therapy soon after, and after 6 months, she tested out. Because her words exploded, as the months went on, her words were not clear. When we moved to Lincoln, I started the process of getting her tested to see if she qualified for speech using the Lincoln Public School District. I started the process in February of 2022. She did not receive her first session until the end of September 2022. That took 7 months we waited. Through testing, my daughter was at the 2nd percentile for articulation. That means 1 kid was better than her out of 100. Through the district, she's currently getting 20 minutes every 3 weeks. Realizing the school district wasn't going to be the best path for my daughter, we sought out private speech therapy. It took 3 weeks before she had her first session. We pay out of pocket for weekly lessons. We are blessed to be able to do that in this economy, but makes me think of all the other kids who don't have the financial resources that my husband and I have. What happens to those kids? I'm here for those who don't have the means or the voice. As a former teacher, I think of all my students often and how each one of them gave me so much joy. I ugly cried every last day of school. I love them and the moments they gave me. Each child, no matter their religion, sexuality, race, ethnic background, deserves a school that fits them and unleashes their whole potential. I wholeheartedly implore you to prioritize the child over the politics. Our current system, for some people, especially in North Omaha, I've looked at those numbers, I've looked at other numbers, does not work for all children, and that's a fact. And I have seen in both public and private schools, there are good options out there for these children. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Schwan. Questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Duncan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern. Thank you for being here. It's nice to have two people up there. She was very well behaved. We hear a lot about school choice. You said you were a teacher before.
Yes, for 11 years.
Did you teach in Omaha?
No, I taught in Oregon and Washington State.
Okay.
We moved to Nebraska this year. My main point was to experience the experience my daughter had of how we had to look for other options for her because as a teacher, I knew that when she started coding and she can't say 20 out of 26 letters, she wouldn't be able to read. So I needed to get, as an educator, you get your child in testing as soon as possible to get the services they need to flourish when they get to that point.
And that was for the speech therapy you were talking about?
Yeah.
So personally, I received speech therapy at Lincoln
And I
Public
did too.
Schools for quite some time. And so I'm familiar with how the process works and I'm familiar with how that all goes. Ultimately, and it sounds like I'm very happy you were able to get that for her. Ultimately, you started doing private lessons, correct?
Yes.
So those were not done through a private school.
No.
So the public school was taking too long to get it, but then ultimately you had to go find private lessons elsewhere.
Yes.
Did you ever enroll your student in a private institution?
Yeah, she's actually at St. Peter's Catholic School in Lincoln.
Does she still receive any kind of therapeutic services?
Yes, through the school district.
So those are through LPS?
Yes, so she's double dosed, but as you may know, we want to get as much help for her as possible.
Absolutely.
To set her up for success.
I'm glad she did finally get the help.
Yeah,
That's important,
yeah,
obviously.
exactly.
But thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that.
And can I answer one of your questions from a previous person?
Yeah, absolutely.
You mentioned expulsion,
Mhm.
because I taught in a religious school for 9 years. Most private schools are so strapped for enrollment, which is their money, they won't expel anyone. My hardest kids I've ever taught were in the private schools because we were so strapped for the enrollment. So we would take anyone. And I had autistic students. I had students that were at a 2-year-old, and I taught second grade, we're at a 2-year-old level. I've taught all sorts of students in the private school with the help of the district. And partnership is very, very important. But I do want you to know that if a kid, it takes a lot to be expelled from a private school.
No, and that makes sense. I, again, personally have had some experience inside some public schools and more private or charter schools when I was in law school elsewhere. And I saw some private institutions and charter institutions dismiss kids after some relatively non-major behavior. And so I understand that maybe that's the case in your circumstances, but I've seen it happen elsewhere.
In my 9 years at this one school that was on a lower range economically, I can't recall one student being expelled.
Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification too.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Schwan, for being here.
Thank you.
Next proponent. Thank you. If I could ask the proponents, when you're getting ready to present, if you could move yourself to the front and we'll just kind of cut down the transition time as much as possible. So, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to come and speak on the subject. First off, my name is Brian Boone, B-R-I-A-N-B-O-O-N-E. I'm a Lincoln native and a veteran of 9 years of the Army, a father of 4 kids attending schools, a Catholic Diocese of Lincoln, and a mediocre public speaker. I, like several generations of my family before me, have joined the Army, but specifically to follow my grandfather's steps as an MP, military policeman. I arrived for basic training in September 1996 at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, where I later attended artillery school and was ultimately assigned to my unit at Fort Sill. 3 years later, I had the opportunity to reclassify to military police corps and took it, whereupon I was deployed to Cuba, Kuwait, and Iraq. After 9 years of service, I ended up my tenure as a staff sergeant and met the woman who drew the short straw and would end up as my wife. We're now raising 4 children that I mentioned before. My daughter's a freshman at Pius X. I have 3 boys attending Cathedral of the Risen Christ. Our oldest son can't wait to grow up and become an Army Ranger. Our youngest son was a preemie, but it's proof that big things come in small packages. But I'm here today to talk about our middle son. He is intelligent, imaginative, caring, eager to please, absolutely loves cats, and is also on the autism spectrum, currently receiving IEP services. He receives those services at the private school we attend, Cathedral of the Risen Christ. And while the road has been bumpy, the school has stuck by our side through thick and thin. This is important because for our family, Christian education is vital. We believe it prepares students by equipping them with necessary skills and ethics. Becoming an informed participatory citizen and leader of tomorrow starts with an excellent education. Most importantly to our family, these lessons should come from a solid faith in Christ's teachings of mercy, compassion, selflessness, and stewardship. It also teaches sacrifice. I mention sacrifice because even with scholarship awards, parochial schools are not free, which means budgets that require foregoing vacations, getting creative with rice for the 4th night in a row, working extra jobs, and hoping Coles will soon have a sale for shoes. Our family is not rich, but we are blessed. I know that not everyone is in my position to do what we did, so I'm here doing how I'm wired, standing up for others who lack a voice, lack access, lack of freedom. Military families understand sacrifice, changes duty stations, deployments for months on end, and sometimes losing a loved one. We do it because we believe in something bigger: stewardship, tradition, love. One thing we stress in the military is taking care of family. If there are problems at home, there are problems in the field. I say that because even though we are taught to compartmentalize, there is always that lingering concern about things at home. If we can ease the burden of the people that we call heroes, we should do that unhesitatingly. Dad shouldn't have to worry about if Timmy is going to get help with his delayed speech development while he's deployed filling sandbags in a flood-ravaged area. Mom shouldn't have to wait volunteering for another deployment so that hazardous duty pay can cover the next tuition check. I can tell you unequivocally, the welfare of our children is a burden weighing on military parents and sometimes sadly distracts from the mission. Nebraska is one of 2 states that has not passed some form of school choice. This puts us on Nebraska in the company of a few countries who do not offer school choice options, like Mexico, Cuba, China, North Korea. It's not a great list. So I'm asking for your consideration to help my brothers and sisters in uniform, to honor them in a meaningful way beyond a free bloomin' onion at, it's supposed to be Outback Steakhouse, not Texas Roadhouse, and help lighten their load so they can do their jobs.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Boone. Questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Cal.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillern. Hi, thank you for your service, by the way. So if you were able to access a scholarship for your son, would you be able to pick which school? How would that work for you? This would make an impact?
Honestly, I don't know. We kind of like the school that we're at.
What I'm saying is, would you be able to use this money for tuition at the school of your choice?
As far as I know.
Okay, so this would be a helpful thing for you in
Yes.
your situation. And do you know other military families who have kids who struggle who would benefit by using this sort of a scholarship?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Senator Duncan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern. Sir, again, thank you for your service and thank you for being here today.
Yeah, thanks for paying your taxes so I could do it.
Absolutely. Question, have you sought out scholarships in the past
Yes.
and what's the result been of that? How
So-
has this turned out?
Within the Diocese of Lincoln, we have what's called the Good Shepherd Scholarship. And that is where money is made available to help defray the costs.
Does that pay for the entirety of the tuition or
No.
just a part of that?
Just a part.
Okay, that was my main question. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Boone, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you, sir.
Next proponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Whitmore, Mariawhitmore. And currently I'm a farmer in Nebraska. in the rural area south of Columbus. My husband is a fifth-generation farmer, and together we have three children that went to private school in the David City area. Growing up, my parents were university professors and always sought good education for us. So when I came to Nebraska, I was also searching for good education for my children. LB 753 would allow not only the city children that you have been hearing many instances about, but also the rural children, and to other options that will be better fitting for their education. 753 would allow many students that might be unable to enter the school that is the right for them due to economic circumstances. There are tremendous advantages of having a system of tax-deductible scholarships. Education provides vertical social mobility, but scholarships provide access to the best fit, allowing a horizontal mobility in education. This proposed bill can also allow more participants to support talented students in their educational pursuit. LB 753 will also give opportunity for voluntary involvement of citizens in the youth educational support for others. Our family has been blessed to be living in the area of Nebraska where there is a public school and a private school that share even a football field. We know how that can probably raise very high spirits. Sometimes that cannot happen. We also share different programs like the FFA program. This collaboration opens everyone's eyes to the complementarity support schools can offer one another in the community. The greater good is absolutely worth the effort of investing in new generations of Nebraskans. My husband and I have been able to volunteer in both private and public schools in that area as well. Our children joined some after-school programs available only in the city. And we learned from their classmates many aspects of good public schools and private schools in Omaha. In a rural area, many students are also attracted to a vocational education. LB 753 can be a great opportunity for many students to train in this area of interest. A scholarship can allow them to have such flexibility. In 2008, we established an apprenticeship program in our farming operation with the help of the U.S. Department of Labor, making our farm the first farm school in Nebraska. We also received questions for many students for our program. And I was also able to promote this apprenticeship program for nursing assistants at a local nursing home where I volunteered for high school students. And many students, this is an ongoing program, and this has been very, very successful. Many students are interested in a non-traditional education system. LB 753 would allow the opportunity to have this flexibility for every student in Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Whitmore. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Next proponent, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Villanueva Sanchez, BrandonVillanueva And I have attended private schools my whole life, and I have my parents to thank for that. See, my parents come from similar distinct backgrounds, meaning that both of them unfortunately had to drop out of middle school in order to help provide and support their families from a young age in Mexico. So when it was time to send their kids to schools, they wanted the best possible education for us, and they chose private education. However, as many of you know, Nebraska is one of the few states that doesn't have school choice. So if a parent wants to send their child to private schools, oftentimes the financial burden falls solely on the parent. But my parents, coming from their educational background and their inability to speak English, they didn't have many fantastic job opportunities, but they still worked incredibly hard to be able to afford to send me and my two other siblings to private school. My parents had 4 jobs between the two of them. My dad worked 2 full-time jobs as a janitor. My mom, a full-time job as a janitor, part-time job as a maid, and a full-time mom. And if it wasn't for their sacrifice and their devotion to our education, on top of private donor scholarships, I do not believe I would be where I am today. Currently, I am enrolled at the University of Nebraska at Omaha, and I am set to be the second person in my entire family to graduate from university. I'm currently studying neuroscience, where I have been identified as a future generational leader by two prestigious organizations, the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine and the Barry Goldwater Foundation, which is one of the most prestigious undergraduate scholarship programs aimed at identifying the next generational leaders in scientific research. I tell you this not to brag and boast about what I have accomplished or about my academic achievements, but because I want you to see the potential that a student has in the right environment, in the right support, given the right educational opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Villanueva. I knew I was going to do that. Villanueva Sanchez. Thank you. We're proud of your accomplishments. Next, proponent, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is John Bichkuski, John-Buchkoski, and I am a middle school teacher at Blessed Sacrament Elementary School. I'd like to tell you a little more about my school. Blessed Sacrament was founded in 1926 and is located near 17th and South Streets here in Lincoln. We are in the Legislative District 28, represented by Senator Jane Raybould. We teach 146 students, and our community is wonderfully diverse. To give you a breakdown, our school population is 12% Asian, 10% Black, 1% Native American, 45% white, 3% Hispanic, and 2% multiracial. 20% of our students are on individualized education programs. We are a Title I school and provide about 35% of our students with free or reduced lunches. Around 40% of our students receive some kind of financial assistance for tuition. The class sizes at Blessed Sacrament are small and close-knit, ranging from 8 to 18 students per grade. Every aspect of the school creates a sense of family and community. Many of these students have been going to school together since kindergarten and know the other families at the school, parishioners at church, and other teachers and staff. One of the special things that I have seen at the school that I have not seen at the other schools where I've worked is the number of sacrifices that families and donors make to create or to allow Catholic schools to be affordable for all families. At Blessed Sacrament, parishioners annually donate over $500,000 to bring down the cost of schools for our families. We have many single-parent families that sacrifice as much as they can, but we need more help. In my middle school classes, I have noticed that many of my students believe that they will not be able to attend Catholic high school due to a limited number of scholarships that the diocese can provide. As a result, many students have resigned themselves to the fact that they do not have a choice in which high school they will attend, which leads me to the story of my student, Julian. I teach social studies and tell my students about bills that are coming up in the legislature. One day I started class by asking my students how many of them believe that they'd be able to go to the local Catholic high school of Pius X. Many of them said that their parents had told them that they just could not afford Pius. After I heard this, I told them about LB 753, which through tax credits would create $25 million in scholarship money for students in need to attend the high school of their choice. After I mentioned this, I looked up and saw Julian wiping away tears. He now had hope that he would be able to go to a Catholic high school. He had come to know the support and sense of community that was fostered at Blessed Sacrament and wanted to continue with his Catholic education. Many of my other students were similarly elated that they would receive help to go to the school of their choice that aligns with their beliefs and values. Throughout Nebraska, there are many other students like Julian who want to go to private school for many reasons. Public schools work for many students, but one size does not fit all. All students should have access to the education that will help them excel regardless of zip code or income bracket. I've taught in public schools and believe that a well-funded public school system is essential for our nation to thrive. But helping our Nebraskan kids, no matter what education they choose, means that we trust parents to make the right call for their child, even and especially if they are low income or single parent homes. LB 753 would help countless Nebraska kids have access to education that could change their lives. I urge the Revenue Committee to advance LB 753. Thank you for your service to our state and your time today.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Dungan.
Thank you again, Vice Chair Von Giller, and thank you for your testimony today. Sure. One of the things that we've heard, not just from you, but from some other people as well, is that people shouldn't be stuck to whatever zip code they live in and have to go to that school, right?
Right.
You obviously are a teacher here in Lincoln, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And you're familiar somewhat with Lincoln Public Schools and their system?
A little bit. I'm recently came back to Nebraska after being away for a few years. So
Oh, okay. Are you from Nebraska originally?
originally from South Dakota.
Got it. Okay. Well, welcome to Nebraska. We're happy
Thank
to have you.
Appreciate it.
We've heard a lot about people leaving the state. It's good to see people coming in.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I know Lincoln is not necessarily indicative of the rest of the state because every school district is different. But one thing that Lincoln does in particular is it seems like they try to afford school choice through the public school system. And what I mean by that is they allow open enrollment, right? You're allowed to go to high schools, not just based on what zip code or neighborhood you live in. You can enroll in pretty much whatever high school you want to. Does that solve the problems that you have with lack of choice around schools?
I don't necessarily believe that it does, because you're accurate. I mean, absolutely. My students who are looking at public schools are deciding between Lincoln High, Lincoln Southwest, Lincoln North Star, many excellent public schools. But for many of these students, it really comes down to a conversation that they and their parents are having, which is that they would like to continue on with a Catholic education in particular, either because of the beliefs or values they're taught there, or in some of my students' cases, some of them are looking into the priesthood or religious life and believe that this would be the best way to prepare them for the seminary or to enter into a convent. So I believe that it's difficult to deny them when it's something that comes to their religious beliefs, their religious preferences, and to their vocation, that they would not be able to choose to go to a school that would best help them prepare for the life after high school as well.
And so it sounds like a lot of the desire they have to go to the school of their choice, as you just said, it's predicated on the fact that they'd like to continue their religious education.
That's right, yes.
And I think we've obviously talked a lot here today about how a number of the private institutions that people are currently going to in Nebraska are religious institutions, correct?
Correct, yes.
And it sounds like those students that you're talking about, and let me be very clear, I support private schools completely. I think that, people who want to go there absolutely should go and get the education they'd like. But it does seem like the fundamental difference that we're talking about, just not to beat around the bush, are schools that have religion as a core part of their curriculum, and then other schools that do not. Is that a fair binary that we can create between the vast majority of the private institutions and the public institutions?
I think that there can be that distinction, but I think another thing that I want to highlight is the class size. The fact that we're able to have class sizes there between 8 and, I put 18, but 8 and 16 students. So I think by having this close-knit community, we aren't seeing as many behavioral issues. We're able to provide and catch a lot of the issues that might be happening with our students early on and seek out intervention to make sure that they can excel and continue to be excellent students. Many of the students at Blessed Sacrament aren't Catholic, but their parents came to the school and liked the atmosphere that was created there, like the fact that we have these small class sizes. Teachers are able to send home daily reports on how their students are doing. Parents are able to understand everything that is happening with their kids. We have this relationship that potentially is more difficult to achieve at a public school. I believe in the public school system as well. I think that it works very well. I was a public school teacher when I was down in Texas, and I thought that it was a very fine system as well. But I do believe that this is something that we really need to see to make sure that students do have the choice, that their families have the choice to help them go to whichever school they want.
And that choice, it seems to me, is what we've been talking a lot about. And you were here, I imagine, for Chair Linehan's opening, where she discussed the First Amendment and various things to do with religion, such as free exercise clause and establishment clause, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
You're a social studies teacher?
Yes.
So obviously the First Amendment says that the government can't establish a religion or anything like that.
Right.
It also then has the further provision that says it can't interfere with the free exercise of religion, correct?
Correct.
And there's been a number of Supreme Court cases and things that have come out recently essentially saying that we can't force people to do things that may violate their religious beliefs or lack thereof, correct?
Correct.
And so if we're talking about taxpayer dollars going towards a fund, the fund of which is being used almost exclusively to fund scholarships that send youth to religious schools, how does that not then violate that same principle that people who may not be religious have their tax dollars going to something that they then don't have a choice in the say-in?
I would say because these religious schools or the private parochial schools are not discriminatory. No one is, I mean, if you look at the breakdown of our students, our school population, based off of income, race, ethnicity, there aren't any issues with that.
And it's not about them being discriminatory.
No.
It's just that they're predicated on religion. And again,
Right.
I have no issue with that. But if
Mhm.
taxpayer dollars are being used to go towards an institution that is predicated on a religious upbringing,
Yeah.
how does that jive with the idea that somebody should have that free exercise of however they want to spend their taxpayer dollars not to be interfered with?
Well, I believe that this bill really could be the start of opening up more charter and magnet schools, which don't necessarily need to have a religious affiliation. So I feel like that this not only is offering assistance for private schools or for religious parochial schools, but it could create and open up the door for more magnet schools, charter schools to enter into Nebraska, for people to create opportunities for their children to figure out what is the best education possible. In my particular instance, since I am a teacher at a Catholic school, I'm focusing primarily on religion. But I believe that if you look at what is possible now, it really feels like we could have more non-religiously affiliated schools coming into Nebraska as well.
I completely agree that I think this could potentially lead to that. And I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Yes, my pleasure.
Excuse us.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Any other questions from the committee? I just have one question. Are the dollars that are spent on tuition at your school primarily spent to indoctrinate the kids into a Catholic mindset or to educate those kids?
To educate the kids.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. Next proponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Father David Korth, FR period, DAVID KORTH. And good afternoon, Senators, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I have two handouts to you. One is our annual report for the Q school system, and the other is just some highlights from it. You've heard a lot of testimony today. Thank you for your time on this. I'm going to give you some bullet points, okay, instead of stories. Want to let you know that the Q school system, it has 527 students reported in this annual report, which is from last year. This year we have 554. So the numbers, if you're going to try to do the math, it won't work for this year, okay? So, but we have 93% of our families receive free and reduced lunch. 2 of our 3 schools are CEP, Community Eligibility Provision. 93% of our kids are of color. Over half of our kids are not Catholic. And I liked what you just said, Senator Von Gillern. Obviously, we do not indoctrinate our kids. I ask every one of our 8th graders when they leave Sacred Heart School, which is 85% non-Catholic, I said, has anyone during your time here since pre-K to 8th grade ever tried to persuade you, encourage you in any way to become Catholic? And not a single one has ever said yes. And I said, good, because I was ready to apologize for that, because that's not why we're here. We are here to give you an option that will hopefully set you up to be outstanding citizens. Your parents want you in a faith-based environment, even though your parents are not Catholic. So 94% of our kids go on to graduate from high school on time versus 78% from OPS, 68% nationally. And that does not talk about the impoverished areas of the 3 schools that I take care of. We only, some of you may wonder about the Children's Scholarship Fund. Why can't they just get scholarships from there? Only 144 kids of these 527 received scholarships from the Children's Scholarship Fund last year, representing $390,000. That is only 6% of our revenue that we have to bring in. All of the rest of it is private. Okay. You would absolutely help us in making a significant impact on our ability to provide a quality educational option for some of the most impoverished families in our state. Before this, I was at St. Augustine's Indian Mission in Winnebago, Nebraska. Did the same thing there. This will make a huge difference there as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, Father Court, thank you for being here today. Other proponents?
My name is Heather Schmidt, Heathersschmidt. I am a proponent of this bill. I understand that it's part of a package that isn't making everyone happy on all parts. That's the sign it's probably a fair package. I'm a parent who has a child diagnosed with dyslexia. She is 15. I also have a 4-year-old who has dyslexia. That's a mom diagnosis. She has been qualified for an IEP in speech through Lincoln Public Schools. The governor's priority of budgeting $10 million for early reading while asking everyone to tighten their budgets is really exciting. For that reason alone, I hope you give the package a chance. My children have some privilege, not much, but more than would qualify them as a priority in this bill. We have been able to find the resources to get them the help they need to become successful at school. I can't imagine what it would feel like to be absolutely without the ability to give them other options. For the parents and children that are feeling that way, I urge you to pass this bill. Give them a chance to get the education they deserve. I'm open for questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, Ms. Schmidt, thank you for being here today.
Nothing? Okay.
Let it go.
You're so.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Eckler, Jeremy. Last name is Ekeler. And I'm the Associate Director of Education Policy at the Nebraska Catholic Conference. And we're here in support of LB 753, the Opportunity Scholarship Act. And I wanted to address just a few things that were coming up during the discussion today. In terms of special education numbers, and NDE reports that non-public schools in Nebraska have about 12% special education students and the public 16%. It's also true that non-public schools in Nebraska receive zero funding for special education from the state, the federal level, or the local level. That's because in 1975, IDEA was passed under President Gerald Ford. And the act requires public schools to serve children with special needs. So this isn't about a dependency, it's about the law. The law is that all students with special needs should be served by the public schools. And it's also not about the school, it's about the student. The dollars follow the student to take care of the special education disability. I know this because I have 3 children with disabilities. My wife's an early childhood special educator. This is near and dear to my heart. Nebraska does have a unique provision in its constitution that you should be aware of. Public schools, private schools cannot receive funding, but public schools can contract with non-public schools. As a matter of fact, for special education service, and as a matter of fact, that happens. 3 districts, maybe 4, coming up soon here based on the Papillion information earlier, contract with a Catholic school to serve the public school children with special needs. That's how it should work. Public schools help children. Non-public schools help children. It's not about dependency, it's about kids. I'd also like to talk a little bit about need generally. In Grand Island, we are seeing a 400% increase in tuition requests. For the first time ever, they had to say no to students. Lincoln is up from $1.5 million in scholarships to $4 million. Children's Scholarship Fund turned away 235 children last year. There was a need, there is a need, there's more need coming. And so with all those things in mind and hearing some of the different testimonies today, I just wanted to echo and give kind of a statewide perspective on what we're facing in special education and in terms of need. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Senator Cal?
Thank you, Senator Von Giller. Hi. Okay, so when we talk a little bit about the how it's funded, and you mentioned Supreme Court cases. Supreme Court cases actually go back decades on how the taxpayer dollars are not actually taxpayer dollars until they're collected by the Revenue Department. So if someone sends money to an opportunity scholarship, that's never actually been considered a taxpayer dollar. Is that correct?
That's correct. That money never goes to the government. It goes to the common good, which in this case would be a scholarship granting
So-
organization.
And there are over 30 different entities that get these type of tax credits, tax breaks.
Yeah, we have 30 different tax credits. This is probably the fullest room you'll see on a tax credit, but yes, there are 30 others.
So at some point, a lot of different special interests essentially are taking money that could be going to taxes and using it for that special interest.
Right. I mean, if Opportunity Scholarship takes money from public schools, which is something we hear a lot of, so do the other 30.
Okay. And you don't see anybody protesting all of those?
There's some opponents sometimes, but this
Not
is
from the
unique.
public schools. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? Mr. Eckler, just thank you for your, I really appreciate the clarity around the IDEA program because that was new information to me. I did not realize that was required to be contracted that way. So thank you for adding clarity there. And it sounds like from what you've described and maybe 5 or 6 or maybe even 7 other testifiers, that there is a healthy partnership between many of the private schools and the public schools when it comes to, particularly to special education. Would you describe it that way?
It's an absolutely beautiful thing. I was principal for 6 years. The teachers in our buildings for public schools, non-public schools, partnering up to help kids, which is the law, but it's also the spirit of an educator, right? That's what teachers do. It's incredible. We get into the politics, we get into the arguments, we get into these battles. You go into a school, you see something else. You see harmony, you see the focus on the kid. That's why IDEA was created. That's the purpose. It's not about dependency, it's about the kid.
So if the Opportunity Scholarship Program was passed, would that promote this idea of partnership or would it in some way inhibit it?
I think Donnell did a good job talking about the fact that Grand Island Central Catholic has built a program. Last year, we had 2 hearings on special education, and we had something like 6 non-public schools come in talking about their special education programs. My wife is running 15 directions right now as a special education teacher. Why we wouldn't want more engagement from non-public schools in the special education world is beyond me. We should want to be building these programs. Yes, scholarship tax credits would help with that.
Very good. Any other questions? Thank you for being here, Mr. Eckler. Any other proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Davids, ELIZABETHDAVIDS, and I am just a mom. I'm especially honored to be here speaking on behalf of my dear friend Tisha today with her full permission to share her story. Tisha, as a proud member of the Lakota Sioux tribe, made the difficult decision to move her family to Lincoln a few years ago away from lifelong friends and family on the Rosebud Reservation because she wanted a better life for her children and grandchildren. Tisha, who is at work right now, is one of the hardest working people I know. Rising before 5 every morning to work long hours in a management position at a local factory, coming home to tenderly and lovingly care for her 4 school-age children and 3 school-age grandchildren. That's right, Tisha is caring for 7 school-age children on a single mother's income. You can imagine how tight her budget is, and you would be correct. As much as Lincoln is a safer city than the Rosebud Reservation, her oldest son, a teenager, has had difficulty in the public schools here. The public middle school he attended here with hundreds, if not thousands, of students was overwhelming, frightening, and caused anxiety, which led to behavioral issues. And the specialized public school, which provides a small, safe, structured setting for kids who struggle, is always full and has not been available for him to attend. He has been on the waiting list for that school for 3 years, and he will soon age out of childhood. If Tisha were here today, well, honestly, she wouldn't want to ask for help. She's used to working incredibly hard to provide for herself and for her children, and she's used to being self-reliant. But she would ask for their sake. She would plead for her children so they don't become another statistic among the stereotype of Native people. She wants better for them. She believes they are worth it. Do you, Nebraska lawmakers, believe her kids are worth it? Are you for children like Montana who need a different school setting than the government schools can provide, but whose parents in no way can afford to pay $7,000 per child per year to provide it? I know there's a lot of pressure from huge organizations around our state to keep things status quo, to keep unions in power with total control, and to leave everyday citizens stuck with what they've got. There's pressure on you to continue the white flight where affluent families can afford to move, and they do move, into the neighborhoods with the safest and highest achieving schools. That leaves the rest of us with neighborhood schools like the one closest to me, North Star High School, with a 38% proficiency rate for reading and math. Our current system leaves white families who tend to make more than those who are Black and brown and Native getting the best education options for their children, and people of color and lesser means being left to get what they get. I have far less prowess as a speaker than Senator Justin Wayne, but I'll do my best to reiterate what he said 2 years ago already. The only people who are opposing school choice today are the same people who have choice, and many of them exercise that choice. What we're doing is not working. And if it's about dollars, I sat on a conference call when OPS said they don't need any more money. They have more money than they know what to do with this year. So if it's about dollars, then in the next 2 years, the achievement gap should be gone, because they have more money now than what they know what to do with. It's not about that. Senator Wayne boldly continued, at the end of the day, we've passed multiple hundreds of millions of dollars of tax credits for corporations. But when it comes to scholarships that mainly benefit kids that look like me, we're going to oppose it. We have to stop saying everything's fine, just wait a little longer. This is a very, very small pebble thrown at a big stone, but it's a start to empower the parents and the kids in my community to make that choice, the
Ms.
real
Davis,
choice.
I need you to wrap up.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Questions from the committee?
Can
Thank
I
you for-
speak to two of Senator Duncan's questions?
I don't have any questions right now.
Oh, okay. I was going to speak to LPS choice and
You can drop him an email later if you'd like.
I am seriously
Or
open to it. Please
like
come
us-
talk to me afterwards. Yeah, I just know we have a lot of people,
Great.
and
Thank
I've
you.
been talking a lot. I'm trying not to as much. So.
Thank you for being
Thank you,
here.
though.
Never just a mom, by the way. Next proponent.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Pauls, SHANNON and I represent Yes Every Kid. We are a nonprofit dedicated to creating an environment where every child has access to an individualized learning experience. You've heard from a lot of proponents before me here today, so I will keep this extremely brief for you all this evening. We are supportive of LB 753, the Opportunity Scholarship Act, because it would provide families with the flexibility to choose the best path for their child's education. I think we can agree that no one understands the individual needs of their children better than parents, and therefore they should be the ones making their decisions, regardless of their socioeconomic status for their child. So for those reasons, we ask for your favorable support of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pauls. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank
Thank
you for
you so
being
much.
here. Any other proponents?
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Von Gillern, and members of the committee. I promise this is the last time I'll be up here this week. My name is Jessica Shelburne, JESSICA-SHELBURN. I am the State Director of Americans for Prosperity, Nebraska. Over the 5 years that I've been State Director of AFP Nebraska, we have been very supportive of Senator Linehan's efforts with the scholarship tax credit bill. We have seen various forms of the bill over the years. I would say she has worked incredibly hard this year to bring a bill that has addressed a lot of the concerns that we have seen over those many years. Every child in Nebraska should have access to a quality education, allowing them to discover, develop, and apply their unique talents and find lifelong fulfillment and contribute to their community. This should be available to all students, regardless of their income or their zip code. We encourage all of you to work on solutions that will extend educational opportunities to all families in our state. When families are equipped with diversity of tools, they can make the best decisions regarding their children's education. LB 753 is an important step forward in this effort. I'm going to step back for just a second. We've heard a lot of amazing stories today, and the former educator in me is overflowing with joy and hope, especially after listening to the students that have had these opportunities. I'm also speaking as a parent who had a child who dealt with IEPs. And during that process, it was very challenging. And I promise I'll wrap up soon. And I was in a position where the school could not meet the needs of my child. And after working with the Lincoln District Office, I actually moved to get my child into another school that could better help them. I looked at private schools. At the time, I was not in a position to afford the tuition, even with some of the scholarship opportunities. But I was able to make moves to assist my child who still continued to struggle until the point that he was in high school and was able to take classes that were better suited to meet his needs. And it wasn't just a problem for him and for me, but it was a problem for his teachers and the classroom setting because he was bored. And so he talked and disrupted the entire class the whole time. So any opportunity that we have to give students and parents that chance to find the situation that best suits their needs is going to be a win for all Nebraskans. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Schulman,
Thank you.
for being here. Any other proponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Stevens, ALEX STEPHENS. I'm here today both as a student of economics, as a person who has personal stories relating to what opportunities this could have provided me, and then a couple of corrections of the record on the nature of LB 753. We're actually going to go in reverse order of that with corrections first. The nature of this bill does not mean that money will actually be taken from anything within the public school systems of any district and then be allotted towards private actors. It creates a separate scholarship fund for that effort. So what then we can find is we have to ask ourselves, why then would there be so much opposition if there's no actual money being moved? And the answer is the fact that it creates competition, which leads us to our argument from an economic perspective on the nature of monopolies, especially those that have no real means to be prevented. Public schools are a monopoly in which they are both the only person who is or group that has provided money and the only group that actually can choose how it even gets allotted, because they get to decide the rules of exactly how that money is allotted in a manner prescribed by the unicameral. So what we end up with is a system in which, in reality, the only checks and balances towards the behavior and excellence of the school system is the goodwill of the school system. And what you'll find is no matter how good people are, no matter how great people are, systems fail when they are monopolistic. We see this again and again, and it is why, in general, within private systems, we forbid the existence of a monopoly and decide on alternative free market systems. With education, this does not need to be any different. There are lots of countries that have something equivalent to school choice, even if it's called by a different name. Britain has more than a half a dozen different school types that it allots money to, based off of characteristics that people behind me have expressed interest in, from level of discipline to specific areas of expertise they want, which actually brings me to my last point. I went through LPS as a person who unfortunately has or is on the autism spectrum. We're not necessarily the easiest people to get along with, especially as children. And that resulted in me often getting suspended in a manner that was inconsistent with my ability to actually learn and the ability of those within the public school system to learn. I was more of a threat to them than they were to me. But what this kind of scholarship would enable is a system wherein a person who needs a higher level of discipline but doesn't need to go into a behavioral school program might find assistance in actually acquiring that. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Stevens. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Any other proponents? Okay, we're going to take a short 5-minute break, and then we will open testimony for opponents. If we could be back here and ready to go at, let's say, 3:50. It'll be Okay, we will now begin opponent testimony to LB 753. If you could catch the doors, please. Thank you. Thanks, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Von Gillern and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Joey Adler-Ruane, Joey Adler space Ruane, and I am the Policy Director at Open Sky Policy Institute. I'm here today to testify in opposition to LB 753. While we appreciate that the bill has some improvements from previous bill introductions, we nonetheless oppose this legislation for several reasons, including that it will give preferential treatment to specific types of charitable donations over others, would fail to create any savings for the state, and likely won't improve educational outcomes. First, scholarship tax credits enhance the tax benefit of donating to scholarship granting organizations, as opposed to tax deductions for other types of charitable donations. LB 753 makes it possible for an individual, couple, or business to receive a 100% credit up to 50% of their income tax liability. A 100% credit for such a donation can result in a dollar-for-dollar reduction in the amount of taxes owed. All other charitable donations reduce taxable income through deductions, so the tax benefit is worth the amount of the deduction multiplied by the tax rate and the tax bracket in which one's income would have fallen prior to the deduction. Under 753, there aren't any limits on the donation amounts. This means that as long as there are enough credits available, a corporation with an income tax liability of $1 million could make a donation to a private scholarship granting organization of $500,000 and receive a $500,000 tax credit. Or if a couple has an income tax liability of at least $20,000 and they make a donation to a private scholarship granting organization of $10,000, they receive a tax benefit of $10,000. On the other hand, if the same couple makes a $10,000 donation to a nonprofit, private, or public school foundation, the potential value of their tax benefit will be the amount of their donation multiplied by their tax rate and the bracket in which that income would have fallen. If that income falls in the state's top income tax bracket of 6.64%, the tax savings would be $664. This couple's tax benefit for donating to a scholarship granting organization would be 14.5 times greater than it would be for donating to the public school foundation. LB 753 also is unlikely to result in savings as promised. A report from Florida is often cited as finding that for every $1 of lost revenue, the state saves $1.49. However, the authors of that report state in their appendix that they had no information from which to estimate the percentage of students who would switch from the public to private schools because of the program. They assume that 90% of recipients switch because of the program, which is unlikely, and they admit that the program breaks even at 60% and costs the state money at 50% or below. This is important because the credit can only result in savings if a significant number of public school kids transfer to private schools in a way that will reduce public school expenses. Because even if the public school enrollment declines slightly, fixed costs for public education cannot be cut. You still need teachers in the classroom, lights, heatings, maintenance, etc. There's little evidence that the tax credits or tax deductions for scholarships improve educational outcomes. On the contrary, quasi-experimental study in Louisiana found that students who attended the Louisiana Scholarship Program were 50% more likely to have failing math scores. Significant negative effects were also found for reading, science, and social studies. If better student outcomes are really the goal of this bill, it would be more prudent to invest in evidence-based programs that strengthen public education, such as extended learning, early education, and career education. For these reasons, we oppose LB 753. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the committee? Yes. Senator Duncan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern, and thank you for being here. So you talk a little bit about the issues with regards to the tax credits in general. Have you had a chance to review, or has your organization had a chance to review the governor's proposed budget moving forward?
Very preliminarily, yes.
Yes, and there's a lot of question marks, I know, with some of the funds and also the fact that there's this package that we're all talking about. But you've also been privy, I think, to a number of the other hearings that have happened this week, correct?
Sure.
And so you're aware of the fact that the governor is setting aside, I think, preliminarily $1 billion for the Future Education Fund?
Yes.
And then in addition to that, he's also setting aside, I think, $25 million for the next following 3 years or so to add to that fund as well, correct?
Yes.
And I think in the general fund financial status that we received from the governor, that's all taken into consideration, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And in addition to that, there's an actual line item in that proposed budget talking about opportunity scholarships, correct?
Yes.
And in that budget, as it was originally laid out, and maybe you don't remember exactly, but is it fair to say that the $25 million is taken into account in regards to lost revenue for both this upcoming biennium and the following biennium?
I believe so, yes.
And that's 25 million each year, is that correct?
Yes, there's also the growth factor that's in this bill as well. So.
And so, well, I'll ask about that in a
Okay.
second. But in regards to the proposed budget, it's
Yes.
just the 25 million.
Yes.
And so in that proposed budget, there's not even the escalator factor or the growth factor that we discussed earlier, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you speak a little bit more to how that whole budget looks moving forward according to sort of the outcomes at the very end when we're looking at the structural receipts versus the expenditures, and what impact that additional payment is going to have moving forward in this biennium, the next biennium, and then moving forward, even taking into account the very large amount of money that we're seeing for that future educations fund? What's the overall impact on the budget that we're seeing moving forward?
Well, I think that with a factor of all of the different packages that the governor has proposed so far, that my organization has been here several times in front of you all saying the same thing quite consistently, which is that we have concerns about the overall ability to continue to live up to the state's obligations when it comes to funding. And so I would say that this could potentially continue to exacerbate those problems.
And so I guess one of the things I'd ask you to speak a little bit more to, because I think it's been unclear thus far in the testimony, is what is the interplay between a concern that our general fund is going to go in the red at some point in the future and how that affects public education, right? Because there's all this questions of we're not taking dollars from public education, we're just reimbursing people with a tax credit for the private donations they make. And then opponents oftentimes have a concern about, well, what about public school funding? And the answer is we're not taking money from public school funding. What's the interplay between potentially going in the red in the general fund and how that's going to affect public school in the future?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. I think that generally speaking, when the state starts to be in the red, we have to start to look at things to cut. We have a cash reserve fund that we've used to help backfill previously, and we're very grateful for that. And we want to continue to make sure that is strong and exists. However, eventually at some point, the state will have to make some hard decisions if we wind up in another economic crisis like we did previously.
And in the past, has education been something that's been on the proverbial chopping block with regards to what gets cut?
I mean, I think everything was on the proverbial chopping block last time, including education.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions from the committee? I have a few questions. You talked about gave a couple of examples of corporations or individuals contributing to the tax opportunity tax credit and the impact on that. How much money does that save an individual in the end? If they've got a $10,000 tax obligation, they write a $5,000 check to one party and a $5,000 check to another party. What's the net impact to them?
Are you talking about like to the scholarship granting organization, or are you just talking about generally as it is now?
Well, I'm talking about this scenario, what we're talking about right here.
Sure.
About the implementation of 753.
So if they, just so I make sure I understand your question correctly, so if they give a $5,000 donation to the scholarship granting organization.
Yeah, and then they write a check for $5,000 for their taxes. What's their net savings?
I mean, I guess I'm not following exactly what you're trying to get at.
You got a $10,000 tax obligation.
Sure.
You write $5,000 to
I mean, you're
an
still having to pay
organization.
$10,000 regardless, right?
Excuse me?
You're still having to pay $10,000 regardless.
So I have to pay $10,000. So it's a net zero difference. So there's really no advantage, no financial advantage. It seems like there's a sense that there's some sort of evil intent that some corporation is going to come swooping in and write a big check for $25 million and capture all of this. And there's some great advantage to them from that. But there really is no financial advantage. True?
I would say that there is, in that it has a different, it's more generous. This kind of donation is more generous than you would normally get from a different contribution to another nonprofit.
Is this different than any other tax credit program that we have that Senator Linehan outlined?
I can
in her
definitely
opening?
get back to you and let you know about that.
Okay, I don't believe that it is, but if you can get back to us on that, that would be great.
Sure.
The $25 million that's in the governor's budget, again, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
None of that, I took enough accounting to be dangerous. There's debits and credits. Credited that account. Did it debit the public school account anyway? Was there a negative $25 million entry on the journal for?
Yeah, no, I can
Okay.
see your point there.
Thank you. Is there more money going towards public education in the governor's proposed budget now than there was last year?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And we're concerned, I heard several comments about potentially going into the red. I mean, that's kind of always a concern, and you made a good point. Everything is on the chopping block at that point, but certainly the governor's made a commitment that education is a priority to him. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that he's made that commitment, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Breezy.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern. Thank you for your testimony here today. Were you sitting in here the other morning when we were talking about LB 804 and we heard from Lee Will, Budget Director with the Department of Administrative Services?
Yes.
And do you recall me asking him about the sustainability of everything the governor has proposed?
In that he didn't have any concerns, I believe was his response.
Yes, his words were, I think, entirely sustainable.
Sure.
That implies to me a considerable amount of cushion, doesn't that to you as well?
I think that we have a slightly differing opinion on what it looks in the out years.
And I was questioning him on the out years and beyond.
Right.
He looked in at many years into the future, and it was his educated opinion that this was entirely sustainable.
Sure.
Is that correct?
I believe that's what he said.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, sir, for being here today.
Thank you.
Next opponent. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senators. Thank you so much for hosting this. I appreciate the work and the time that this committee takes in governing our state. I am Dean Vanessa Clark. That's DeanVanessa Clark. I serve as Dean and Rector of Trinity Episcopal Cathedral in Omaha, and I'm here representing the diocese, the Episcopal Diocese of Nebraska. Excuse me. My sacred book instructs me to teach children. Deuteronomy 6 says, "You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your might." Keep these words that I am commanding you today in your heart. Recite them to your children. My religion teaches that I am to act towards all children as though they are my own and to nurture them. The Episcopal Church demands that my parish support every child's education. As a patriot, I assert the education of all children is every citizen's duty. I recently moved here from Ohio. Nebraska nice, let me tell you, has been a welcome difference from the division and mistrust of my former state. Nebraska was settled by pioneers that are carving a new way of living, and Nebraska culture is known for creativity, compassion, and neighborliness. You take care of one another. You have the courage, I have found also, to think outside the box to benefit all Nebraskans. This bill, as I understand it, is a dangerous box that you're viewing from the outside. I raised my children in Ohio's public education system and watched how a similar program we called vouchers gutted our public education and abandoned the children most in need of reliable schools. And for my colleagues who believe that private religious schools will benefit long-term from these state scholarships, I warn you that this system will bleed your funding and endanger the children you hope to help. As a previous testimony explained, this kind of bill opens the door to all kinds of other schools. So it would not be primarily religious schools necessarily, but charter schools and other private entities. And what we saw over the course of the 20 years I was there was the well-intentioned protections were eroded by lobbyists over and over. Private enterprises came in to set up so-called schools, took money away from our children and our system. There was little or no accountability to our citizenry or the curriculum standards of Ohio. And it resulted in for-profit schools who failed our children, embezzled money, and still took tax dollars away from us. Online options have made that even worse. It is true, Nebraska's public schools are not perfect. We can do better.
Dean Clark, I need to call you on time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Are there questions?
Any questions from the committee? Yes.
Yeah, you're speaking about Ohio, how you think things changed there after. You do understand that public funding will not go directly to private schools with this bill.
I understand that public funding that is in the operating budget that is already received does not go. But the kind of tax credits, and I will oppose other tax credits for all kinds of other reasons as well. I think that we have an obligation to pay our taxes to one another and to your body and the body of the UNICAM in order for us as citizenry to work together. To your point, I do understand the difference. I also understand that if the money never gets into the general fund, we get much closer to having to put public education on the chopping block.
Do you agree that giving parents more of a choice of where they educate their children is a good thing?
I do not agree with that.
So who do you think should make the choice as to where or how children are educated?
I think that our entire community has to lean into caring for the children as though they were our own. Our parish has recommitted our commitment to Central High School in Omaha. We support their marching band. We support bringing kids into our building to supplement what they're not able to offer. We're trying to help them with snacks and all kinds of other things. There are parents who cannot be present to their kids. There are parents who have motivations other than their child's best interest. I don't want a parent who is neglectful and abusive or has a mental illness so deep that they put their child into a situation of danger to make a choice. I have seen all kinds of problems. I have seen homeschooling result in neglect, illiteracy, starving children. No, I don't think that parents always make the best choice. And also, I don't think parents are fully informed. And so it takes an entire community, a village, if you will, to make sure that our children are getting not only the education, but the protections that they need.
I agree with you. Not all parents are qualified or involved enough with their children to make the best choices.
Or the education system, because private entities will lie.
But
I'm not accusing any of the schools that have been represented here, but we saw in Ohio those private enterprises creeping in with those schools, misrepresenting what they were going to offer. We had an online school that was very popular, claimed all kinds of wonderful things, didn't do their paperwork for 2 years, and kids who had done all their work didn't graduate from high school because an entity didn't do its paperwork. And it's not this year, it's not the next 5 years. It's 15, 20 years down the road that you're going to be facing unknown problems. And it's not your intentions or anyone in this room who really wants this to happen. I'm just warning you, when you look down the road, people will take advantage of this and they will lie to parents.
I guess we'll have to agree to disagree that I think
Yes,
an involved parent that really cares about their child will make better decisions on how their child should be educated than the public in general.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you
Next
very much.
opponent. Good afternoon, Dr. Williams.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Von Gillerin and members of the Revenue Committee, Senator Linehan. My name is Cheryl Logan, Cheryl Logan. I am the superintendent of the Omaha Public Schools. The Omaha Public Schools is the largest district in Nebraska, serving a diverse population of more than 52,000 students who speak 119 languages. As a matter of fact, during the last year, we have received over 300 students from Afghanistan who are recent arrivals as a result of war in their country. I am here today in opposition to LB 753. The community we serve and the staff who deliver each and every day illustrate the incredible opportunities and vital importance of public schools across our state. We oppose LB 753, which authorizes the creation of opportunity scholarships for students who attend private schools in Nebraska granting tax credits to those who attend private schools. If passed, LB 753 would annually divert $25 million from the general fund by granting tax credits to those who attend private schools. This bill also lays out a structure for additional funds to be diverted in the years to come, depending on participation in the tax credit program. This is one of a number of proposals before the legislature that would make resources scarcer for our future's most important asset, the students and children we serve. And we all know that money and resources are finite. Whether a student arrives at our public schools ready for enriched learning opportunities or needs significant additional supports to first learn English or even hold a pencil, we meet all students where they are and partner with them and their families to provide those students with the greatest opportunities for success. We work with students who face significant behavioral challenges and those who have special education needs, not because we have to, which we do because we want to. Would students who have been adjudicated be offered these scholarships, or will schools take them? We provide ourselves in offering a wide variety of educational opportunities and innovative ways for parents and students on their journey from elementary school to graduation. The portfolio of our schools includes K-12 dual language programs, choice programs, even at the elementary and middle level, and over 100 career academies and pathways. We strive to meet the Omaha Public Schools model: every student, every day, prepare for success. Public schools have an exceptional opportunity to cultivate a strong future for Nebraska with a skilled workforce, engaged citizens, and thoughtful community leaders. That requires a strong foundation in core skills like literacy, with opportunities to pursue their individual interests and explore career opportunities before graduation. Our dedicated staff makes that happen for 52,000 young people every day. It shows that public schools are the best investment to reach the largest number of students. I humbly submit to you that $25 million it would cost to fund LB 753 annually would be better allocated to fully fund TIOSA as it was originally intended, or to fully fund special education. For these reasons, the Omaha Public Schools remains opposed to LB 753. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Logan. Senator Cal.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillern. So, Dr. Logan, would you like to get rid of the tax readiness, the school readiness tax credit?
I'm going to.
Or how about the affordable housing tax credit? How about the Nebraska higher blend tax credit? We have over 30 different tax credits, which for various reasons take money away from the general fund. We use those for very specific things. They're never actually money that goes into taxes. Those are credits. So you're saying that all of those credits are also, they take away from the general fund, which in turn could take away from schools. So all of those should be done away with.
You're extending my thoughts, and my thoughts are
because
yeah.
I find it absolutely ridiculous that you would say that you will not allow or you don't support kids getting the best education that works for them. Can you tell me a little bit about your test scores?
Yes, I can tell you a lot about our test scores, and I just talked to you a little bit about the children that we serve. We don't turn anybody away.
Was
And
your
so
reading test score 22%?
Yeah, so.
And was your science 21%?
Yes, they were.
And was your math 16%?
Yes, they are.
So there are probably kids there who need something different.
I would say, Senator, respectfully, that the last time we took the standardized tests in 2019, we had the highest performing school in the state and the lowest performing school in the state. It's not, I agree with you, it's not about systems. It is about children. And so it's easy to generalize about our school district. The reality is that we serve a lot of students that other people don't even want.
So, but
let me
you're
finish my
saying
thought.
But you're saying that those children shouldn't have the opportunity to go somewhere, to ask to go somewhere else.
I am not saying that. I'm saying that there are many ways, and I know people who have taken advantage of having a scholarship to a private school. And I don't have any issue with that. They are doing that. There's a donor that provides that opportunity for them, and they have the opportunity to do that. There's no public involvement with that at all. So it's not necessarily that I don't have an issue with the scholarships for kids to go to private school. I think it's wonderful if there's a private person or entity provides a scholarship. Don't have an issue for it. The issue that we have is not me. first of all, let me just make sure I'm really clear about that. I'm representing a school district. I don't want to personalize it.
And you're leaving in
Okay,
May?
I'm leaving in June, yes, yes, after serving 5 years. With distinction, by the way. But what I want to say is that the most important thing is that we see is that if it's going to be a private entity, we don't have an issue with that. We're talking about the public issue. I understand where you're coming from. I am speaking about one issue here today. I'm not speaking about all the other tax
Right,
credits.
but the system is the same. When we have a tax credit set up, people can donate to that tax credit,
ma'am.
take it off their taxes. It never goes into the general revenue funds. It's not part of what you would ever see. So I fail to see how generous people and corporations providing for poor kids to go somewhere else affects OPS in any major way.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Any other questions?
Questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Dungan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern. I don't want to open this entire can of worms too much, and
That's
I
okay.
apologize.
That's all right.
It took us a long time, I think, to get to TIOSA. And you mentioned that you think a better way to fund things would be to fully fund TIOSA. Can you give me like the Twitter version of what you mean by that? Just very short, because that could be an entire session. But when you're saying that it would make more sense to fully fund TIOSA, how would you explain that simply to what you think would be a better way to do that?
Well, there are a lot of provisions in TIOSA that, quite frankly, there isn't money to fund. I will go all the way back to, and you mentioned this earlier, because I recalled it, what some of the evidence-based things are. One of them is early childhood. If we go back, because when I talked about the school that had I was very intrigued by that, because it was my first year here, that had the highest test scores and the lowest. I went all the way back, because I'm an academician, and looked at who attended pre-K. Now, that school also happens to be high socioeconomic, and kind of made the nexus from high socioeconomic to probably why their third graders are knocking it out of the park. And I think that we have some provisions in TIOSA that are not fully a part of what we're doing. And I think that those are some of the things that we need to go back and perhaps take a look at. And as Senator Koth just said, that'll be for my successor and those that will carry on the legacy of the Omaha Public Schools.
Thank you, and thank you for your years of service. I
Thank you.
appreciate that.
You bet.
Other questions from the committee? Just a few, Dr. Logan, please. You used the word that, I think you said that funds would be diverted. But I think you added more clarity to that in through Senator Koth's questions.
Well,
it's actually not diverted. It really never goes into the general fund.
I understand that. I'm going to just stay with my statement that
Okay.
money and resources are finite.
Okay.
And that it is my nature to go up to 50,000 feet and to look at all systems and how they work together. And that when you have money that you may collect or not collect or tax credits, it does come from somewhere. Like I said, I do really understand it really at a deep level, but we don't have time for me to go into all of that. But that's what I'm talking about. If we look at all systems together and how money doesn't exist in one pot, or it's all connected. And I think that that's what I'm talking about.
So let's go up to 50,000 feet, and I'll ask you the same question I asked Mr. Adler-Wayne, and that is there more money through the governor's global programs, a global presentation regarding education and education funding? Is there more money going to education today, not today,
Yeah,
but
sure.
if the governor's plan was implemented than in previous years?
I think that the governor's intention and plan certainly reflect his commitment to have additional special education funding for children all over the state. And he is committed to making sure that every child in the state receive foundation aid. That's what's in his package. And it certainly is what he is committed to.
Okay. I think I asked a math question. Is it more money or less money?
It is more. It's more money than the
And
education.
particularly
community.
with special education, with funding for special education, dramatically more money.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Then my last question, I think you were here when Mr. Williams spoke from the street school.
Yes.
And he, because you mentioned that OPS cares for sometimes students that have been adjudicated. And I think Mr. Williams indicated that he also does that. So there are institutions out there, private institutions that do that, correct?
Yes, we have more than 2,000 students that have been adjudicated that are, currently involved. And we actually work closely with with Omaha
Right.
Street School.
And I understand it's a great partnership, and thank you for doing that. Thanks for all you do. Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Logan.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I'm Daniel Bird, Danielbyrd. How do you follow up a one like that? Man, I'm just, I'll just read a little bit from my text. I have to truncate it because I rewrote the law for you, but you might not listen to it. I'll just say I am vehemently opposed to LB 753 and the untoward consequences it poses to Nebraska's educational system, Nebraska's future, and Nebraska's contribution to the United States of America. I am a public school educated citizen raised in the Christian tradition with deep convictions in the commandments of love your neighbor as yourself and do unto others as you would have them do unto you. We all have our biases, our influences, and our agendas. My bias is that private schools are private. My influences are public schools, private education through personal hard knocks, and a Jesuit university. Many more hard knocks followed that. My agenda is to speak up for something I believe in. I'm not a lawyer. I've never done anything political other than vote. I really don't know how to reach out to a group of people, let alone legislature, who have more than likely already made up their minds. My powers of persuasion in the past have been best described as polarizing. I hope you can hear with an open heart and a rational mind. I confess I've never read a legislative bill before, but I read LB 753. I would say it could be formatted better on the website in order to have the indentations proper. Opportunity Scholarships Act. Gaslighting, maybe? Hogwash comes to mind for me. Okay, I'm not going to read you my rewriting of the first sections of the law. But as section 2, subsection 4, or actually extends from 3, I would say that parents and legal guardians of limited means are less able to choose among quality educational opportunities. Every effort will be made through the executive branch to inform those of limited means and all Nebraskans that they understand with documentation the opportunity that the law provides. A continuation, making it possible for more parents and legal guardians to be able to choose the best educational system opportunity available. It is in the best interest of the state of Nebraska and its citizens to encourage individuals and businesses to support our public schools. Private schools are private for a reason. Give tax credits to any funds donated, provided to the people, to the public schools. Okay, I will defer to former Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos's explanation for negative voucher results. The program was, quote, not very well conceived, unquote. LB 753 is not well conceived. Years from now, it will be shown that the divide between the educated and the uneducated, the haves and the have-nots, will have consequences. This will be the legacy you leave your grandchildren. Please act on the fact that vouchers and the tax credits that are more, that the more able to take advantage of overwhelmingly fund those who were or already are in private school. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Bird? Yes, Senator Merman.
Yes. Are you aware the last, I'm not sure, 5 or 6 years, has there been a public school student that's won the National Spelling Bee?
I'm not aware.
Okay, thank you.
I bet he wasn't black, right?
I think some were a person of color.
Was he?
But they weren't.
Was he? Do you know that?
They weren't always he either.
Okay.
Yes, I do know that.
Okay.
and they weren't public school students.
Very good.
Thank you.
Actually, homeschool.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Love your questions.
Next in opposition. It's a short chair.
Dear
It's not just you.
Dear God, okay. Good afternoon. Vice Chair Von Gillern and the Revenue Committee. My name is Toba Cohen Dunning, TOBACOHEN-DUNNING, and I am the very proud Executive Director of the Omaha Public Schools Foundation. Our organization is the 501c3 nonprofit of the Omaha Public Schools that raises funds beyond the district's general budget for our 52,000 students who have an average free and reduced price lunch membership of 76%. I'm testifying today in opposition to LB 753, but I'm asking you to please take a moment to look at this bill through the lens of a nonprofit organization. This is my 16th year at the foundation, and the needs of our public school children over the last decade, let alone the last 2 years, have changed drastically. Philanthropic dollars are imperative. There are many donors who make gifts because of the tax benefits, not always because of the cause. This bill incentivizes donors to divert their gifts away from nonprofits who can't provide the same tax benefits. I think we all understand that a tax credit is not the same as a tax deduction. And I'm here representing nonprofits who are worried about this concept. We fill in the gaps in a multitude of ways, but I would like to share just a few. We secure emergency assistance for our students to stay in their homes. Our mission is to give students the opportunity to be ready to learn, and without these funds, our kids don't have the same chance of succeeding. We do a lot of one-time rental assistance, utility assistance. We help with food insecurity. In the last 3 weeks, we have paid for 3 funerals where parents could not bury their own children. That's what we do at the Omaha Public Schools Foundation. We're all different. All of our K-12 ed foundations are different from Omaha to Gary. We provide innovative educational opportunities for students in the form of classroom grants, out-of-school field trips, and so much more. We have a motto in our organization as one of the 11 Omaha Metro districts. We work to level the playing field with our suburban counterparts. The reason we have a significant number of not-for-profits in our society is because they provide a net where the government can't. This bill treats some not-for-profits differently than others. I respectfully request that this bill not move forward. We are all working to fill in the gaps for our kids. And we so appreciate the work of the unicameral, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen-Dunning. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Ms. Kath, Senator Kath.
So when you donate to a nonprofit, is that a federal deduction or a state deduction, or is it both? Do you know, like for yours?
It's a federal deduction.
Okay, so when you donate to opportunity scholarships, they cannot take that off their federal taxes. It's only for state taxes. Does that change how you calculate, who may or may not donate to you?
We've had very, very long discussions, not just our K-12 ed foundations, but other nonprofits. And perception is always part of reality, right? The perception is that what this bill will do is encourage donors to get a tax credit instead of a tax break. So if you're donating $100,000, you get about 30% of it. If you're getting a tax credit, you get $100,000 in tax credits. So for us, where the philanthropic dollars are so imperative, what our concern is that there will be an incentive for people to give over here and not over here.
And it's only a 50% match, so it would be a 50,000. But I see your point that it would be, they might make that judgment. So thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next opponent. Good
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Pastor T. Michael Williams, T, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S. Thank you for allowing me to share with you today. I serve as pastor of Mount Moriah Baptist Church in North Omaha. I'm president of the Omaha branch of the NAACP, and I'm also leader in 3 separate church organizations totaling more than 40 congregations. The NAACP and those congregations oppose LB 753. It was 6 years ago when one of those church organizations, the Baptist Pastors and Ministers Conference, released a statement opposing scholarship tax credits and affirming our support for the public schools that teach, feed, and care for the vast majority of the children we see in our pews on Sunday mornings. And yet, every year since then, this so-called Opportunity Scholarship Bill has been introduced. I'm sure some of you all remember seeing me. I remember seeing Senator Brees especially. Because 3 years ago, I asked in the Omaha World Herald, opportunity for whom in relationship to this? Because no matter what supporters say, these scholarships programs will not help all low-income kids the way public schools can. These scholarship tax credits will help some kids, but not all. 6 years later, why are we still talking about the same policy that's failed to pass half dozen times? Why are we weighing the merits of a bill that would give money to private school that is allowed to deny admission to some children? And if we want to help kids, why do we continue considering a policy that is proven to hurt, not help all kids in other states? With respect, if you want to make policies to help kids, you can. You have the power to close the opportunity gap in our neighborhoods, to make early childhood care affordable for all Nebraskans, to expand students' access to financial literacy and vocational training, to ensure no kid goes hungry, no parent has to choose between rent and health care, and that all families have the mental and behavioral health services they needed. If our legislature is serious about helping children, we need to consistently and fully fund the public schools that serve 90% of the young people in our states. Public education is not only a public good, it's a moral good. Only public schools offer opportunities to all kids without exception. And no, they are not perfect, but there are tried and true solutions to improve public schools and student outcomes. LB 753 is not one. And it won't be next year or the year after that, no matter what number's on it, because the simple truth is these opportunity scholarships aren't about opportunities for all kids. Public schools are. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Pastor Williams, for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Duncan.
Thank you again, Vice Chair Von Gillern, and thank you for being here today, sir. I appreciate your testimony. There's been conversations in past years and again already this year regarding, to put it frankly, the fact that there is a concern that the people who are harmed the most by the public school system's inadequacy to serve certain folks are people of color. And I know there are certain folks in certain communities who say, poor Black kids are the ones who are hurt the most by not being able to go to private schools. How would you respond?
There are so few students who would be able to go to the schools. My emphasis, and I think it was 3 years ago when this bill was presented, or a bill like this, there were people from other states who came, children from other states, and they talked about how the scholarship tax credit helped them. They were African American, most of them, as I recall. And what struck me at that point was, you get the tax credit, but I bet your brother or sister doesn't. And so the issue is a system that addresses all kids, not just a few. And I think the challenge is beyond what I think the schools do well for our kids, African American kids, kids of color. I volunteered 12 years in one of our schools. They do well. The issue is there are other economic influences and other situations that diminish the ability for families to support their kids. So kids start off at a disadvantage. It's not about, what public school provides in my expectation and experience.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Other questions from the committee? Pastor Williams, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Next opponent.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Revenue Committee. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Barbara Bayer, B-A-R-B-A-R-A, B-A-I-E-R. I'm a member of the Lincoln Board of Education. I'm offering testimony in opposition to LB 753. Well, you have heard a wide range of testimony. I am focusing my testimony on how the bill as written cannot accomplish its stated goals in Section 2, subsection 1, that opportunity scholarships will improve the quality of education available to all children. First, LB 753 makes these funds available to qualified schools defined as private schools that are allowed to discriminate in their enrollment practices based on any grounds other than race, identifying that enrollment be available for all students. So, for instance, the state would define private schools that discriminated against children based on their religious beliefs as qualifying schools and eligible to receive those scholarships derived from tax credits from the state of Nebraska. Other qualified schools may have enrollment practices that discriminate against a student having insufficient family funds to pay the difference between the cost of tuition and the amount of the scholarship, or based on a child's disability. Qualified schools could even discriminate against a student's continued enrollment based on past behaviors and expel students who are receiving scholarships back to public school at any time during the school year for which they have received the scholarship funding. These scholarships are not intended for all Nebraska's children. Second, the bill prohibits the state from requiring financial or academic accountability measures to ensure that funds are improving quality of educational opportunities, generating better educational outcomes, or being used for educational purposes. This makes it impossible to measure any changes in quality. So that part of the goal, improving the quality of education, cannot be measured, so it cannot be achieved. Improving quality education opportunities for all children is a goal that we all share, but we believe that is impossible for LB 753 to assist in reaching it. On the other hand, non-discriminatory enrollment practices and financial and academic accountability measures are hallmarks of public schools, are in place and are being continuously monitored by schools, parents, community members, taxpayers, and school boards. For these reasons, we ask the Revenue Committee to not move LB 753 out of committee. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Yes, sir.
We've heard that from many private schools today that special education students have done well in the private school. When a special ed student wants to option into another public school district, is that possible?
It certainly is. It is possible here at Lincoln. We accept option-in students from all over the state, and we often get students from across the state that have disabilities. And because we are in the state's capital, we do have a wide variety of options for them, and we do welcome them.
Do all public schools accept option students that are disabled?
I do believe that that's a requirement of state law.
Even if they say that their special ed program is full?
I don't think that's excuse. I've never heard that you can go and not serve a special education child because of financial constraints. That's not allowed by the IDA legislation on the federal level.
Yeah, I didn't ask about financial constraints I'm asking about the school, if their special education program is full.
Well, that would be implying that there are financial constraints because you said it was full. That's not an excuse that's allowed under federal law.
Okay, I'd like to have a little more clarification on that, if that's possible from someone from the public.
Sure,
Thank you.
definitely.
I just have one quick question. I think I wrote this down. I'm not sure. I want to make sure I heard you correctly. I think you said improving the quality of education cannot be measured. Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah, when you don't have the same accountability measures for private schools as you do public schools, then you don't have any baseline to be able to go and compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. So because this bill does not have accountability for private schools, you're not going to get the data to be able to see who's doing the good job and where we need to fix things.
Okay, so your point is that the data would not necessarily be made public, not that it can't be measured.
You're not, in this bill, you're not asking private schools to give you any data.
Okay,
And so that's a problem.
okay. But
Us in the public sector, we provide data and we run our schools based on data.
Got it. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for having me.
Can I ask how many other individuals plan to testify today? Okay, thank you. I would just ask if your testimony is going to be repetitive of someone who's testified prior, if you could indicate that, that would be great. But we'll squeeze everybody in.
I won't be repetitive.
We look forward to it.
Good afternoon, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Jack Moles. That's JACKMOLES. I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska Rural Community Schools Association, also known as NERCSA. On behalf of NERCSA, as well as for the Nebraska Council of School Administrators, Schools Taking Action for Nebraska's Children's Education, and the Greater Nebraska Schools Association, I'd like to voice our opposition to LB 753. Today, you have heard and are going to hear from many who are in opposition to 753. The groups listed above agree with most of the points that are being made today by others in opposition. Today, though, I'd like to focus in on one outcome of LB 753 that is not as discussed, although it's been raised by Senator Duncan today. And that is that the bill will not provide suitable opportunities to scholarships for all students in the state of Nebraska. I've often heard the expression that it should not matter what your zip code is in reference to some bills. We've heard it today several times. This is especially glaring, though, in LB 753. A student's zip code does play a huge factor in this bill. What I did is I looked at which current public high school students would be excluded from these opportunity scholarships because of geography. I looked at the proximity of the public high schools in Nebraska to the nearest Nebraska-approved private high school. Using simply Google Maps, I determined the quickest suggested route. I tabulated every public school that was at least 20, 40, and 50 miles from the nearest private school. I then tabulated the number of students currently enrolled in those public high schools. And what I found is shown in the table that I have there. For schools that are 20 miles, public schools that are 20 miles or more away from a private school, there are 156 of them. 21,000 kids plus enrolled in those schools. At 40 miles, it was 84 schools, 50 miles, 60 schools. I then looked at the idea of, okay, at what distance would a student not travel to attend another school? And using the thought that the premise behind this program is to offer scholarships to students who are in need, with the first qualification listed being living in poverty, would such students drive 20 miles to the nearest private school Or would they actually be in a financial situation to have transportation of 20 miles a day one way? I had to assume that most of them would not be able to do that. At 40 and 50 miles to the nearest private school, I just made the assumption that those students at that distance simply would not make that daily trek. I did not do elementary and middle schools in this. I just used high schools. And I guess I'm at the end of my time, so I would.
Thank you for being courteous on that. Appreciate that. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Albright.
Thank you. Well, thanks for being here. Thanks for
Thank you.
doing some work on this. I too did some work, and I have several schools in my district that would be able to accommodate people if they
Right,
chose to.
you do.
So, so to say that many of them do not, that's not, I don't think fair, because I do think there's ability for a parent. That parent where I live, they might drive 50 miles just to go to work every day, and they might send their child to a school that is 50 miles away. So, do you think it really harms public school for them to be able to have that option if they so choose? Based on, I mean, I can give you some examples of where my grandchildren go, that some of the opportunities at other schools very close, within a lot less than 50 miles, would be beneficial to them. So
All I was doing in this study was I kept hearing this is for all students. It's not for all students.
But
We've got so many students that would not have access to this. And I just listed the high school level. The number of schools that are available grow when you look at elementary and middle schools. But if you look west of Kearney, there's only one high school west of Kearney.
But again, we have several schools and we have several counties and we have several students that could have an opportunity, depending on if they're military, if they have a problem with bullying, if they have a problem with just being able to read. You know, we have a law now that says you need to read before you leave third grade. And if that parent doesn't have that ability or opportunity to find something more than what they have, I mean, the parent is the one that should have that option. And if there are people out there that want to contribute, I think it's a fair way to do business. And thank you for what you brought today.
Thank you. Senator Cal?
Thank you, Senator Von Gillern. So if I understand you correctly, if not every single student in the state can do it, no one should get to do it. Is that correct?
I'm just fighting what I'm going against.
What
is
you're
the
saying
statement
is that because every single student can't do this or doesn't choose to do this, no one should have the option. And then I have another question about how far do students in rural districts drive to their public schools?
Some of them drive quite a ways.
Okay, so how far would someone drive to do open enrollment optioning into a different school?
Some of them would drive more than they would to their local school.
So they're making a choice based on what's best for them. But you want to deny kids the opportunity to do that to a different type of school because it's not available to every single solitary student in the state.
Senator, they're not denied now that opportunity.
Say that again?
They're not denied that opportunity now as
They're
far
denied
as
the
to a
access.
private school.
You're
do
saying
have
that
it.
they shouldn't have access to a scholarship like this because every single kid couldn't have access to the scholarship. But, and again, the scholarship is based on the poorest kids first. So we're talking about those kids who have the least ability to have any other options. And you're saying because every single kid doesn't get it, these poorest kids first should not have access to generous people who decide to divert their tax dollars to this. Is that correct?
Right now, we have, people are able to give scholarships for those kids.
Okay, so but I'm asking about this. So it's a yes or no question. You don't think they should be able to fund the Opportunity Scholarship because not every kid can have access to it?
No, Senator, I'm not saying that.
You
What
did say
I'm
that.
saying is that one of the arguments we hear frequently is it's for all kids and it shouldn't matter where your zip code is. That's not a true statement.
How is it not true? Can you explain how that's not true?
Those opportunities are not available to a kid in, let's say, Dundee County to
Okay,
attend a private.
So there's no
school
private
anywhere.
school anywhere in Dundee County?
I don't know if there's not an elementary or middle. What I'm saying, the high school. the
Okay,
nearest-
so now
nearest-
we're just talking about the high school.
That's what I did in my report.
Okay, Okay, so you're not talking about any kind of school?
No,
It's
in
just the high school.
fact, I said the chances of somebody being able to have access to a private school in the elementary and middle school
greater.
levels does grow.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Senator Berman.
Yeah, I've just got a quick question. I agree with you. Geography is a real challenge in rural Nebraska sometimes in accessing school. But do you not agree that with this scholarship to pay for the tuition, it would be helpful for a student or for parents that want their student to go to a private school further away that they would be able to pay for gas more easily?
Well, with the scholarship, yes, they might have money that would be available to pay instead of paying for tuition.
Thank you.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Any other questions? Yes, Senator Duncan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern. So to clarify something that I think I often conflate, this is a confusing piece of legislation, but am I correct that LB 753, I want to make sure I say it right for the record, it doesn't create new scholarships, correct?
No, it does not.
This doesn't make up a new pot of money that creates scholarships, right?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that it does not create new scholarships.
Okay.
The opportunities are already there for scholarships.
Okay, and that's my point. I guess what I'm trying to get at and what I'm asking is the students that exist in the districts that you represent, right? They could still get scholarships to go to private schools currently today.
Yes.
And the legislation that we're looking at doesn't mandate any additional scholarships be created, correct?
No.
So we're not depriving anybody in the areas that you're talking about the opportunity to have access to scholarships, correct?
I think, yes.
Yeah, I worded that poorly, but I guess what I'm getting at here is, if the people that exist in your districts want to drive 40, 50 miles to a parochial high school, possibly less for an elementary or a middle school, and they can't afford that on their own right now, and so they apply for a scholarship and they're granted that scholarship, they can accept that scholarship and then drive however far they want, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and nothing about that changes if we don't pass this legislation?
Not the way I see it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Mills, for being
Thank
here
you.
today. Thank you. Next opponent. I'm going to now start saying good evening.
Yeah, seriously, isn't that, you're about right. Good afternoon, still members of the Revenue Committee. I am Lisa Albers, Lisaalbers, a member of the Grand Island Public Schools Board of Education, speaking on behalf of GIPS and the Nebraska Association of School Boards in opposition of LB 753. Thank you for your time and consideration today, as well as your service to the state of Nebraska. The public school system in Nebraska works collaboratively with private schools as dictated by law. We don't oppose private schools. We understand that they serve an important purpose in our state. Having the option of non-public schools in any city gives a family their school choice. Their private choice should not be funded with public money without full accountability and transparency. Transparency is a popular buzzword currently. Area political subdivisions are very focused on transparency, as are our constituents. Private schools are not required to have the same transparency as public schools. They are able to usurp these requirements, such as conducting business in public view via the Open Meetings Act, because they are private institutions. If these schools start to receive public funds, even through a tax credit mechanism, perhaps they should also have to follow public schools by accepting every student that wants to enter their doors. This includes openly gay and trans students. If non-public schools receive public funds, even through a tax credit, they should be required to have published non-discrimination policies. In closing, if non-public schools are getting a preferential tax treatment through tax credit scholarships, they should be subject to the same requirements as public schools. I again thank you for your time, attention, and service, and I'm willing to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Got off easy.
Good almost evening.
Good evening.
My name is Wendy Van, W-E-N-D-Y, V is in Victor, A-N, and I've been the president of the Foundation for Lincoln Public Schools for the last 9 years. I've worked in philanthropy for over 22 years.
I understand and applaud you for thinking about access to education, but this is just not the right approach. This is a philanthropy issue. It's not about choice. It's not about value of public over private. It's about philanthropy. I believe that LB 753 as written will make the work of supporting students even harder, and it'll hurt the most valuable of our students all across the state. And here's why. It's not easy to raise money for public school kids. And it's not because our communities don't believe in our public schools. It's because our community believes that taxes stretch a heck of a lot further than they actually do. And why? Because the needs of our students are getting more complex and the opportunities for knowledge are much higher. Have you done 7th grade math lately? Here's what I can tell you I've seen in my work. Despite the fact that we all have a right to K-12 education in our state, whether you're at public or private, all educational experiences are not equal. All means all comes with a cost that our public schools simply can't cover on their own. And I think that's what you're seeing in the public sector as well, or the private sector as well. At LPS, 47% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch. That's over 22,000 students who can't afford things like dance uniforms, band camps, AP exams, cleats. My foundation does fund private school kids. We have dual credit scholarships so they can participate in our focus programs like the Career Academy. I fund national competitions because many private school students participate in public school competitions and we send them nationals. High poverty means that families who need help with rent and utilities and transportation need that support. And we do all of these things so that kids can feel safe and fed and get a good night's sleep and have the resources to maximize their opportunities at school. Philanthropy is the magic in the margins of education and of the public school model. It's the harmony to the public school's melody. The difference between a tax deduction and a tax credit is huge, and frankly, it's unfair. In my organization, we've already felt the decline in donations due to the increase in the standard deductions, and the donations are down because of the volatility of the markets. There is so much stacked against nonprofit success, and efforts like this don't make my job any easier. Giving USA reports that it used to be 75% of American households gave to philanthropy. That's now down to 50%. It's very difficult to compete for dwindling resources, and I don't believe private school donors need a weighted incentive to give. They already give generously. LPS and my foundation opens our enrichment opportunities to all students, like I talked about earlier. If, like me, you're really proud of the education we offer our kids and we want to incentivize more investment in education, I want you to think about making the contribution to K-12 education qualify for a tax credit across the state. Draw attention to the ways that we all can enrich that heritage that we have, make an education tax credit.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Next opponent.
Honorable Chairperson and members, my name is Dr. Deena Curtis, DEENA-CURTIS, and I'm here representing the Boys and Girls Club of Lincoln, Lancaster County and speaking against LB 753. As a nonprofit, we object to the legislation based on the tax incentive it gives to donors that far exceeds the standard tax credit given to donations to valuable nonprofit organizations in Nebraska. Nonprofit organizations such as the Boys and Girls Club provide valuable public services to a wide variety of constituents. In order to fulfill our mission, nonprofits rely a great extent on the generosity of our donors. This bill disincentivizes said donors from making contribution to these worthy organizations, thus threatening to diminish the quality and breadth of programs provided to the public. The proposed tax breaks in 753 are unsustainable and put undue pressure on the state general fund that will inevitably cause spending cuts to public services. The state general fund's shortfall in the next 10 years is estimated to be $250 million. Those dollars are vital to providing public services to constituents of the state. The shortfall will put undue pressure on nonprofit organizations to fill this gap. The ability of nonprofits to fill this gap will be virtually impossible if charitable giving to these organizations drops significantly. This is a gamble that the state cannot afford to take. It is then, on behalf of the
without hesitation, on behalf of the Boys and Girls Club of Lincoln, Lancaster County, that I respectfully ask for this bill to be defeated. It does not adequately serve all citizens of Nebraska, and in fact, does irreparable harm to a large constituency of citizens. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Just a quick question. Did I hear you correct? Did you say that there's a projected state shortfall of $250 million?
That is the estimation of the Nonprofit Association of the Midlands.
Oh, okay. That's their estimate. Okay, nothing that came from government, the state PRO office or budget office. Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Kitty chair.
It's not just you.
Good evening, Senator Von Gerland and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Brenda Council, BRENDA, COUNCIL. I am a proud product of the Omaha Public Schools, OPS, and a lifelong resident of the OPS district. I earned a degree in secondary education from the University of Nebraska Lincoln, and I had the privilege of serving on the Omaha Board of Education for 11 years, 4 of those years as president. During my tenure on the OPS Board of Education, I also had the privilege of serving as the president of the National Council of School Board Members of Black Descent. I was also privileged to have been elected to serve the 11th Legislative District in this body. My legislative committee assignments included the Education Committee. It is with the knowledge I've gained through my experience and background that I submit my testimony in opposition to LB 753. Public schools are a cornerstone of the communities of our great state. They bring together all students regardless of their economic status, their disability, their religious background, their race, ethnicity, English fluency, or any other personal characteristic. Yet, Nebraska has consistently ranked nearly last in the nation when it comes to support of K-12 education. As a result, Nebraska has some of the highest property taxes in the nation. Now, while professing to provide property tax relief or seeking to provide property tax relief, the legislature has neglected to take logical steps to provide real property tax relief, like substantially increasing state aid to K-12 education. Instead, the legislature entertains measures like LB 753, which actually divert future revenue that could be allocated to the public schools that educate 9 out of every 10 Nebraska child. I do not understand why $25 million in public funds should be given to private schools when year after year, we have not fully funded our existing public schools according to the original intent of TIOSA. So in anticipation of the question about the governor's current budget, I think it's great that he's providing the kind of money, but it does not diminish the fact or the cumulative effect of underfunding for decades after decade after decade. I do not understand why $25 million in public funds should be given to private schools when we've underfunded special education decade after decade. I respectfully submit to you that the $25 million it would initially cost LB 753 annually should be allocated to the schools that you have a constitutional duty to take care of, and that are the common schools, K through 12. Finally, I just want to briefly say that I'm troubled by the impression that LB 753 is designed to enable large numbers of low-income children, many of whom are children of color, to transfer to private schools when the data shows that such scholarship tax credits in other states only affect a small number of such students, most of whom are already enrolled in those private schools. With that, I urge this committee not to advance LB 753. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Dungan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillen. I know we're getting late in the day, so I'm trying not to ask too many questions, but you did hit on something here that I think has not been talked about much yet, and that's the notion of, does providing this tax credit lend itself towards more people moving from public school to private school, right? That switcher rate that we always talk about and hear about. And I think you touched upon that. Can you elaborate? Do you have any data or information?
In fact, that's the problem. There is no data to support the suggestion that low-income students, particularly students of color, will move in large numbers to private schools. In fact, in other states, Florida's come up a couple of times. The data from Florida shows that the low-income students there who take advantage of the scholarship tax credit program were already enrolled in private schools. So you're not seeing a mass movement of young people. There are also questions about capacity to accept. I live in North Omaha. I know the gentleman was here from Hughes. That's one school, that one elementary that's east of 72nd Street. There's one other. So we talk about transportation. The gentleman from the rural schools, we're talking about 20 miles. There are people in my district that can't go 2 miles, can't afford to transport themselves or their children. So I'm concerned about the opportunity for young people to receive a quality education. I believe that Omaha Public Schools has been providing that education for all the children that enter into its doors. And the fact that we have not fulfilled our constitutional obligation to fully fund public education in this state, we have experienced this cumulative effect of underfunding. And I would wish that Omaha Public Schools could have the student-teacher ratio that the Omaha Street School has, or some of the other private schools have. But due to the funding that has not been present over the years, we haven't been able to do that.
I appreciate that. Thank you for illuminating that a little bit more. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Council.
Good evening, members of the Revenue Committee, Vice Chair. I will be glossing over some of my written testimony in honor of your request to help streamline the process a little bit. For the record, my name is Tim, Tim Royers, Royers. I am the president of the Millard Education Association, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Nebraska State Education Association in opposition to LB 753. First, let's be clear. Every time a state adopts a large-scale privatization program, it fails to deliver for kids. According to a November 2022 report by the University of Indiana, as privatization schemes grow in size, quote, the results turn negative, often to a remarkably large degree, virtually unrivaled in education research, quote. Second, contrary to the claims of the committee chair, the proposal would absolutely negatively impact the funding for public education. The growth provision for this bill means that LB 753 will progressively eat larger and larger chunks of the state's revenue. K-12 education is one of the largest components of the state's budget. It is fundamentally impossible for this to not negatively impact our schools. Third, LB 753 will funnel public dollars to private schools that will not welcome all students. Whether it is denying students with special needs based on lack of staffing or refusing to admit LGBTQ students because the school actively discriminates, this bill offers no protections to guarantee equal and open access. The bill provides the facade of addressing non-discrimination when it says that all schools must comply with an old and narrow federal statute, 42 U.S.C. 1981, but a recent 2020 Supreme Court case acknowledged that the law Senator Linehan cites is much more difficult to utilize than the motivating factor test that is required under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. The language in LB 753 is a facade. The truth is that there is zero protection against discrimination in this bill. Set aside differing views on education for a moment. Let's focus on the bigger issue with the bill. LB 753 is not primarily about serving kids. It's primarily about enriching certain individuals and corporations under the guise of serving kids. By establishing a tax credit rather than a deduction, it provides wealthy individuals and entities with a means to drastically reduce their tax obligation to a level unheard of compared to other forms of charitable giving. I had some examples, but our nonprofit members here today did a much better job than me in describing that. So let's make no mistake. This bill is not about helping kids. It's about money. We all know that businesses want a return on their investment. The American Federation of Children, which is a dark money group that pushes school privatization, spent more than $800,000 in Nebraska legislative races this past election cycle to try and get votes for bills like this. And Senator Duncan, based on their mailers, I'm shocked you're wearing a shirt today based on how they described you in those campaigns. But with that kind of investment, they expect a massive payout, and they're going to get it under this proposal. With the way this bill is structured, in a matter of years, LB 753 will cost the state hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue, all for a scheme that will not help kids, will worsen educational outcomes, and will enrich already wealthy individuals and corporations. I urge this committee to vote no on LB 753. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Senator Albright.
I don't really have as many questions, and I don't talk as fast as you, so I'm trying to just.
I apologize. My debate background is
But do you really think that this bill would hurt children?
100%.
Tell me why.
Because and I would love for you, I put in the footnote the specific URL for the study that I cited. So the University of Indiana has a policy program that looks at education programs. And what they've noted is that in states that have scaling up privatization programs, which this essentially would be with the escalator piece that we've talked about extensively, the larger those programs get, the outcomes actually get worse for kids on assessment measures. And in some cases on statistically significant orders of magnitude. So I'm saying that because we already have examples in states like Louisiana, Indiana, and Florida where they try and measure outcomes on an apples to apples basis. It's net worse for kids as those programs get larger.
Well, okay. So how many kids are in the Millard School District?
Roughly 23,000 students.
23,000?
Yes.
I'm just gonna look at something here. And how many special education would you say in that 22,000?
I don't have that percentage off the top of my head. I apologize.
Do you have any idea how much the estimated increase in support for your school is going to be with the special ed and the?
Are you referring to under the governor's proposals?
Governor's
Roughly $9 million better.
Okay. And state aid to your school?
We lost 300,000 this year.
You lost 300,000 with
Yeah.
the new proposal coming?
When I said 9 million, that's the overall net impact of the combined proposals. It would be the first time in 5 years that we've seen an increase in state aid.
Really? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Other questions? Yes, Senator Berman.
You cited the University of Indiana study
Yes.
several times. Is the University of Indiana a private college or a public college?
Well, I would encourage you, Senator Merman, to look at the methodology. They didn't actually initiate a study themselves. What they did was called a meta-analysis, where they looked at all available studies of private voucher or private tax credit programs. And what they concluded was that if the programs are small, there are moderate to in some cases, notable positive academic benefits. But then all of the more recent studies, which study the large scale, that's where you see the balance shift. And the part of the conclusion that it comes to is they noted that all of the studies that are available, the reason why the smaller case studies are more successful is because many of the proponent testimony that you heard today, smaller class sizes, things like that. But what the more recent studies indicate is when you scale it up, those schools lack the scalability to maintain the unique, attractive elements of their environment as they try and expand their doors to more kids.
So even though they're a public university, it wasn't a biased study at all?
No. No.
Okay. And then you mentioned about, I don't know the exact wording, but businesses, rich businesses or companies,
Sure.
corporations would save money by donating to the scholarship fund?
Yes.
Okay, how do they save money by doing that?
Right, and this is, and Vice Chair, you alluded to this dilemma of if it's 10,000 total obligation, what's the difference? However, that question is presuming the idea that currently they are contributing nothing in the status quo. Think about all the proponent testimony we heard today. What did you hear? There's already existing scholarships. There's already existing contributors. There's already existing donations that take place. So they're already contributing in the status quo, plus they have their existing tax obligation. In the world of the bill, that doesn't become true anymore, so they come out net ahead.
I didn't follow that, but
Okay.
If they're contributing to
What I'm saying, sir, is
instead of
they're
paying
already
taxes
they're already
either
making
way.
donations in the status quo, correct? Like there's already people contributing to private school scholarships in the status quo. The credit doesn't exist yet. So if they're already contributing and plan on continuing to contribute, the credit kicks in, then suddenly they're seeing an advantage in terms of their accounting books relative to the status quo.
It's an advantage to the past, but they aren't really saving money while they're doing it. Because
If I pay my current taxes this year and contribute to private school scholarships, and then next year I have a 50% reduction in my tax obligation, I'm absolutely saving money.
Yeah, not this year though, but compared to last year you are, but not this year. It's still costing you.
Yes, but as soon as the first taxable year kicks into effect, I'm going to be seeing a benefit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? I think I'm following you. I want to make sure though.
Yeah.
So you're saying if I gave $100 as a tax deductible contribution this year, and then next year I gave that same $100 as a tax credit contribution, I go from 30% to 50%,
Correct.
whatever it is. Okay, got
Yes.
it. But your math is totally based on the presumption that this is a net zero gain. That currently contributed funds will be diverted
Sure.
and no additional funds will be given.
Sure. Would you?
Is that a fair assumption?
Would you permit me to slightly birdwalk on this one to get to the larger issue? To avoid kind of the circle?
I asked the question.
Here's going to be my answer, sir. No, this is going to be my answer. That question inherently presumes that this bill is the extent of the efforts that want to be accomplished relative to access to private schools. That's fundamentally not true. Now, I want to commend Senator Linehan as a former debate coach. She gives great arguments. Her opening was awesome. However, the governor then got up right after and said, oh no, this is a step. That was his direct quote. This is a step. This is a step towards a voucher-like program in Iowa. We can't let Iowa beat us, Senator Von Gillern. That's what the governor said. So the bigger concern about the future of funding to public education is not just the debate between tax credits and tax deductions. It's that the governor admitted on the record that this is a first step towards moving towards a massive multi-billion-dollar voucher system in our state. That's the bigger danger. This is the foot in the door.
Questions from the committee? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
I sincerely appreciate all of you staying late this evening to hear everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening, Vice Chair Von Gillern and members of the committee. Thank you for staying. We appreciate it. The League of Women Voters of, my name is Mary Lee Moulton, Maryllee Moulton. I'm the president of the League of Women Voters of Nebraska. The League of Women Voters of Nebraska firmly believes that public dollars must have public oversight to ensure they are used transparently, accountably, and according to all state and federal laws. Education is not only a parent issue, it's also a community issue. Education is supported by all taxpayers, not just parents. Therefore, consistent with our opposition to prior scholarship bills, we do not support diversion of public dollars to private and parochial schools through tax credits. LB 753 would deplete the general funds available to fund critical programs and services that benefit all Nebraskans, including our public schools. Tax credits have been limited by statute, and a tax credit that benefits only private and parochial schools disadvantages Nebraskans who make other charitable choices. Rural school districts, as they said, have fewer alternatives and could potentially be particularly disadvantaged by loss of general education revenue, general fund revenue under such a tax credit program. Any program that takes tax dollars away from already underfunded rural schools is bad for Nebraska. In reviewing the bill, several other issues stand out. By using the anti-discrimination provisions of 42 U.S.C. 1981, students are only protected against racial discrimination as it pertains to contracts. They are not protected against discrimination based on religion, national origin, ancestry, citizenship status, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, disability, or special education status regarding admittance or continued attendance. While the purported reason behind the bill is to provide options for disadvantaged students, the program eventually allows for students participating regardless of household income, undermining the reason for the program. Since there is no financial caps on funds to the program, it could potentially lead to major diversions from general and publicly funded, the general revenue fund and publicly funded schools. In states like Arizona and Indiana, funds diverted away from public education have climbed into the hundreds of millions of dollars. Taxpayers who elect to donate to the program can further carry forward any unused portion of their tax credit for up to 5 years, further disadvantaging other charitable giving. There is no language in the bill regarding specific auditing for compliance with priorities for student family incomes, nor is there any auditing for spending by the receiving private or parochial institution. Finally, the final issue is how are funds redirected to public schools if students leave the private school and return to public schools during the year? This is not addressed in the bill. For these reasons, the League of Women Voters of Nebraska urges the Revenue Committee not to advance LB 753. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee?
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Mullin.
Thanks. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Von Gillern and members of the Revenue Committee, thank you so much for your patience as we listen to testimony. Really appreciate your service. My name is Abby Swatsworth, A-B-B-I, S as in Sam, W-A-T as in Tom, S as in Sam, W-O-R-T-H. And I am representing Out Nebraska, a statewide education and advocacy organization working to celebrate and empower LGBTQ Nebraskans. Out Nebraska is in opposition to LB 753. The majority of non-public schools in Nebraska are parochial schools at this time. Parents can freely choose these parochial schools to support their faith choices. However, many parochial schools are not safe spaces for LGBTQ students. Private and parochial schools are, of course, free to act, teach, and discipline in accordance with their religious beliefs. However, many religious schools believe that LGBTQ plus people need to be saved, fixed, or need to live some sort of celibate life in order to be loved by God. A scan of policies from parochial schools illustrates these beliefs. Recently, we see in Omaha the adoption of guidelines that require students to, quote, conduct themselves in accordance with their God-given biological sex. These guidelines hurt young people. Policies that require young people to deny their orientation or gender identity actually increase the poor mental health outcomes of LGBTQ students. Policies or guidelines that do not expressly protect and affirm LGBTQ students mean that the rights of LGBTQ students are at risk of being violated without recourse. And as we have heard, the non-discrimination in this particular law does not include gender identity, sexual orientation. And so it is indeed a farce. We do not believe that tax credits should be given to support schools that essentially harm young people. For these reasons, we respectfully ask that you not advance LB 753, and I will try to answer questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here this evening.
Hello, my name is Angie Phillips, A-N-G-I-E-P-H-I-L-I-P-S. I came down from Omaha today to testify in opposition to LB 753 as one of the people who keeps getting used as an example of somebody it will help. I'm the mother of 3 children. We qualify for free lunches. We're low income. My oldest is on scholarship at UNO. My youngest daughter just started at Florence Elementary in Omaha. She's doing fantastic over there. And my son is autistic. He's 8 years old, and I now homeschool him after determining that public school setting was not safe for him mentally or physically. And after being turned in for truancy last year for keeping him home while advocating for his safety to be provided and his IEP to be followed. So I very much understand the frustration of the parents who testified earlier in support of the legislation. I understand the desperation to get your child the education that they deserve and that they are entitled to. I feel the frustration of your child being othered. But these folks have been lied to or misled because this bill will not help our children. It will not help my low-income children. It will not help disabled children like my son, and it will not help the predominantly low-income, predominantly Black schools like the one I had to pull my son out of in Omaha over in Senator Wayne's district. And the more time that's spent pushing for this, the more time it'll take to actually provide what public school parents, students, and staff need in order to actually be successful. While this legislation does prioritize poor kids and kids on IEPs to get scholarships, it doesn't force any of these private schools to actually accept our kids, nor does it guarantee that they'll be better served once they're in them. I'd also like to address the idea that special education services can be served in collaboration with private schools. That idea is incredibly simplified and doesn't acknowledge the needs of the children you are speaking of in regards to consistency and structure and environmental needs. nor does it take into consideration that you're saying that we should send our kids to private school because the public schools can't serve them, and then saying we should send them back to those same public schools for those same services that just failed us. Private schools are inherently unequal, and there will always be more hoops for low-income people to jump through when private funding is involved. Even the extra steps we would have to take to get scholarships makes this process unequal. The idea that we can gain equality for low-income students, disabled students, or students of color through a system that begins through inequality is just absurd to me. And at best, this bill may help a handful of students, but it leaves many more behind. If you want tax breaks for wealthy people and organizations who donate to religious schools, just say that. Do not manipulate and use marginalized people like myself as your excuse. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here this evening. Next opponent.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Zuckerman. That's Zuckerman, Lake Charlotte's Web. I live here in Lincoln, and I'm represented by Jane Raybould. I'm a faculty member in the Education Administration Department at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, but I am representing only myself today and not speaking on behalf of the university. However, in doing so, I speak on behalf of my 16 years as a public school teacher, educator of public school leaders and private school leaders, and a researcher. I strongly oppose LB 5753. I am also dyslexic, which would establish a scholarship tax credit. And these tax credits, or sometimes known as neo-vouchers, represent privatization of our public education system. The driving forces behind these vouchers is not research, because as you've already heard, the research shows negative impacts of students. And I want to say that is incredibly unusual in the field of educational research for an intervention to show negative outcomes. Usually, if we do anything, just by the fact that we did something, we will see gain in student learning. And so the fact that this has negative impacts on students in multiple states is astounding. And it's astounding that you all think that we should race Iowa to this bottom. And so I would also say, as I would tell my research students, that anecdotes are not data. And so we heard from people who were well served by their private schools that they attended. But those are just stories, and they don't fully capture all of the experiences of our children. And so being swayed by that alone, I think, is problematic. Although I live in Lincoln, my research is focused primarily on rural schools and communities, and seeing this bill come forward again, I was really concerned, because taking money away from our rural schools that are already underfunded, the lowest level of funding to rural schools is in the state of Nebraska, where 25 cents is state aid to every dollar property tax. So hearing taking more money out of state aid and also removing students from those schools increases the cost of education. Going from a class of 7 to 6 really raises how much money it's going to take to pay for that teacher. So threatening rural schools and closure is really problematic, because rural schools are the heart of their communities, and research has shown that there's a positive relationship between economic vitality of a community and having a local school. So just in closing, I think if we are truly concerned about workforce development, retaining highly skilled workers, this is not a bill that should be supported. It's going to hurt students. It's going to hurt communities. And for that reason, I suggest it not make it out of this committee.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Senator,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I apologize. I raised my hand too slow. Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gilmer, and thank you for testifying today. I apologize. I know it's getting late and I keep saying that, but I might have missed your, explanation. Could you go into a little bit more detail, just briefly, about what the negative impacts we've seen in other states of this are and how abnormal that is? You were saying it's atypical to see negative impacts with intervention. And so the negative impacts, is that with regard to testing scores?
Right. So as was stated previously in Indiana and Louisiana, statewide voucher programs have been shown. So in comparing a student who took the voucher and a similar student who stayed in the public school system, the public school student grew and the other student did not, or made negative growth, which is regressing. That's incredibly unusual in educational research, as I was saying.
And obviously what we're talking about here, and you acknowledge this too in your first part, is we're not talking about a straight voucher system. So this is different than some of those other schools. Do you share a concern that we'd see similar impact here, despite the fact that it's not a straight voucher system as we've seen in other states?
I mean, that's, I think, a technicality, right? Whether it's a tax credit or a voucher, the intent is the same, which is to provide funding to non-public schools based. I mean, you can say that it's not taxpayer money, but that would have been money that people would have paid to taxes. And so.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Anyone else?
Thank you for your testimony.
Yes. It's very short. This chair is very short.
It is. It's been short for everybody.
It's an ongoing problem.
It's not biased.
Hi, I'm Cindy Maxwell Ostig. That's CINDYMAXWELL-OSTDIEK. And I want to thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern, and the members of the Revenue Committee, especially for holding this hearing open for all that came to testify today. That has not taken place all the time during this session this year, and I think it is important that everybody that comes to testify have the opportunity to share our views with you so you can make the best laws for all of us. I would like to tell you that I'm a mom and a small business owner. I'm a taxpayer, volunteer, and a concerned community member. And my 3 children are in 8th, 9th, and 10th grade in Millard. They go to Millard North Middle and Millard North High, and we're pleased they offer the IB Baccalaureate program there. When we were in elementary school, we opted our children into the Montessori program at Montclair Elementary. And I'd like to give a shout out to all the teachers and staff that work so hard for every child here in Nebraska to help them learn and grow. My husband and I choose to send our children to public schools. We appreciate the variety of options available within Nebraska's public schools. However, all of our nieces and nephews attend private and parochial schools, and I support all of them too. We want all of our children to have excellent education for their future. I strongly believe, though, that our public dollars belong with public schools. I have many concerns that our tax dollars will be reduced to favor schools that discriminate against any Nebraska student or family. In fact, I'm concerned about public school funding in Nebraska and disappointed our schools are regularly underfunded. There are areas for improvement in many of our public schools, and the fact that we rank near the bottom of state funding for our public schools is a sad testament to our legislators' priorities. I'm keenly aware of how that can impact the ability of local school districts to operate at the level of excellence when we're unable to meet the needs of the budget. The Millard community voluntarily raised our property taxes in 2017 to meet the needs of the schools, and it's currently in the process to override the levy limit for the next 5 years. I have more to say, but I see the yellow light. I would just like to say that we would want you to focus on the priority of appropriately funding our public schools and education in Nebraska, not creating credits to promote private schools at the expense of overall revenue, which does harm public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here this evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Rita Bennett, R-I-T-A-B-E-N-N-E-T-T. I appreciate this chance to participate in our legislative process. I'm here as a citizen who cares deeply about the issues that affect our quality of life in Nebraska. I'm also a proud public school teacher, having retired after a 30-year career. I am a parent, and as of just a few weeks ago, I'm also a grandparent. That has given me new reason for concerns about the future in Nebraska. I voiced my strong opposition to LB 753, and I urge you to look past the smoke and mirrors and window dressing, and to recognize the harm that this bill would do to quality of life for all Nebraskans for decades to come. Despite what is being claimed, this bill would make Nebraska less attractive for economic development. It will significantly deplete the revenues that we rely on to support public safety, health and human services, higher education, and critical state aid to schools. Despite what supporters of this bill claim, those are essential quality of life issues that will be put at serious risk. One has only to look at facts to know this is true. Over 60% of general fund revenues come from income taxes. From state revenues, over 64% goes to support public safety, health and human services programs, higher education, and state aid to schools. It's simple math. If through this bill's planned tax credits, you divert $1 billion in the next decade from our revenues, every one of those areas are going to suffer, and in turn, all of Nebraska will suffer. As a lifelong educator who cares about all Nebraska's children, I am particularly focused on the tremendous harm this bill would cause to our public schools. The claim that this bill does not harm or take funding from public schools is laughable, because that's exactly what it would do, and that's what has occurred in other states where similar legislation has been enacted. LB 753 is a boilerplate school privatization scheme. In other states where similar legislation has happened, it didn't take long to see proof that it's unaffordable, lacks all kinds of accountability, is inequitable and ineffective. I understand there are organizations that want more privatization. One of those is one that Senator Linehan's daughter, I believe, still works for. The term opportunity scholarships is in fact lipstick on a pig. This program will give away $1 billion to mostly wealthy individuals and companies, and in doing so will harm all of us. Please don't fall for the rhetoric that it's about choices. We already have that. It's about making the rich richer while doing intentional harm to public education, diverting money to private schools. Don't fall for the claim that it's through some sort of altruistic desire to serve kids with the highest needs, because that is in fact not what will happen. Public dollars should be used for public good, not for privatization schemes, nor would it serve students with the highest needs, despite the claims. There's plenty of proof in other states that is not what happens, as I mentioned. So I urge you to stand for the truth, to stand for all Nebraskans, to turn away from an irresponsible bill that betrays your duty to make sound financial decisions for our state, and to turn away from LB 753.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Next, opponent testifier. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm a newbie at this. So my name is Brooke Givens. I'm a mother of 3 in Nebraska, and I've worked as a pediatric healthcare provider for,
Go ahead and spell that for us. If you would.
Brooke, Givens, Givens.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I've worked as a pediatric healthcare provider for the entirety of my career, but I'm here today as a mother. I know the stated intent of this bill is to provide alternate educational options to some children, and we are entrusted to make policy affecting children based on honest evidence when deciding how to allocate limited resources. When you look at the STOs that administer the scholarships in Arizona, many schools have linked letters suggesting how you can convince other family, friends, neighbors, or others to allocate their allotted tax credit to your child. Despite the bill saying it can't be given to a specific child, it is clearly stated in many instructions that you can recommend a child, and that the child who leverage the program most successfully are those who spend time explaining the benefits of the program to others and asking them to participate. This begs the question, if the stated intent is to help the underserved and low-income children, are children in poverty really going to have a fair shot at obtaining them when statistically people tend to aggregate with others of similar means? Will the dollars really go to children in poverty, or is this a financial loophole for those who are already going to go to private school to divest from the public good at the very expense of the children at risk? I say this because in places the bill provides a dollar-for-dollar remittance of taxes owed the state to provide a second educational option at income levels where our state doesn't even provide basic food, childcare, or healthcare support. In multiple media sources, you find articles and interviews from Chris Seiler, a former highly paid lobbyist from Arizona, that details his work for the Goldwater Institute. In an interview from July of this last year by the Tennessee Holler, he details working in the realm of school privatization known under the label of school choice. He details his background as an evangelical Christian, having attended George Mason University, studying economics with strong influences of Milton Friedman and free markets. He goes on to detail his lobby work and how he was tasked with bringing in people to lobby for the bills he helped craft that often used children of disadvantaged backgrounds to front for them, and really believed he was doing good. He details how bills like the one before you today, other vouchers, and educational savings accounts are written to find the legal loopholes around many states' Blaine amendments. And details also how many of the people paying to craft the bills and for the lobbying are billionaires looking to cut their legal tax liability and in many instances profit off privatizing K-through education. One of the many known lobby groups active in Arizona is the Betsy DeVos organization, American Freedom for Children, where one newspaper article highlighted that Betsy DeVos got what she paid for, detailing how the organization spent heavily in state legislative seats to primary Republicans that didn't align with their heavily privatizing agenda. This same organization lobbied to use over $800,000 in our latest local elections, and last year Betsy DeVos tried to call senators, getting them to pass the same bill. Chris goes on to detail how he tried to get data on these programs and prove that he was benefiting people. He was met with no interest in tracking any metrics or any meaningful transparency or accountability. After a while, he realized that it wasn't actually about improving education for the disadvantaged, but privatizing the K-12 education system for the benefit and control by a few, relaying that the end goal is no public education and a pay-your-own-way free market where many times the most disadvantaged have the fewest and poorest quality
Sorry,
choices.
I'm going to call your attention to time.
Oh, I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for allowing me to step out for a moment. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here this evening.
Hello, my name is Allison Kinney Walker, ALLISON KINNEY WALKER. I'm here as a parent of 4 children in Miller Public Schools, and I'm here simply because I love our public schools. I love public schools because I believe passionately in their purpose and mission. I recall learning about the origins of public education while completing my doctorate in educational administration, and I was and continue to be inspired by the mission and vision of public schools to provide a free, quality education for every student in every community across this country, regardless of race, gender, income, sexual orientation, ability level, religion, etc. As a society since the 1890s, we have recognized the importance of public education as a public good that should be financed by public dollars for the betterment of society. As a parent, I sought out public schools in Nebraska for our family because I knew they were strong schools, not just because of test scores, but because of the excellent teachers and administrators, excellent services and resources for both students who struggle academically and for those who are academically gifted. I wanted a strong school that served students from a variety of backgrounds. I wanted there to be racial and socioeconomic diversity in my public schools. And I was attracted to our school in particular because of its strong English language learner program so that my kids would meet children and families from all over the world. Lastly, I wanted a school and school district that would affirm and value my children regardless of what their sexual orientation or gender identity may be, and this simply is not the case in many private schools. This bill will provide tax dollars to support private schools, which do not have the same mission of public schools. Private schools are by nature exclusionary. They get to pick and choose the type of student they want in their schools. I believe families should have this choice, as they always have had, to send their children to private schools, but they should not receive taxpayer assistance to do so. Lastly, I'm against this bill because it will take millions of dollars that could be invested in other services that would improve the quality of life for all Nebraskans, as you've heard about today. We could do so much with this money to address poverty, poverty being one of the key indicators of why students are unsuccessful in education. 44% of students in Nebraska public schools live in poverty, and they have a lot of challenges that our public schools are trying to meet. I urge this committee to oppose LB 753. Let's not become a state where we give tax credits for the wealthy in order to fund exclusionary education at the expense of fully funding and supporting public goods that are available and accessible to all Nebraskans. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Kinney Walker.
My name is Mary McKeegan, spelled that MARYMCKEIGHAN. Many of you here may be surprised, but My children all went to private schools for high school, and 3 of them went to private schools for grade school, and 3 went to public schools. I oppose LB 753. I'll tell you why. A few years ago, I started helping kids with scholarships at a public school that is quite poor. In fact, I read about kids who were so glad to find a pan of green beans to eat. There are kids that are sleeping under the school steps at night. This is in our state of Nebraska. And I also would like to remind you that at a homeless presentation I went to 3 years ago, the fastest growing group of people in this state are children in the 3rd grade. We should be ashamed. We should be ashamed. So I oppose this bill because I think where we would get good bang for our buck is to make sure that our public schools are well funded and we can give quality education in those schools.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Thank you, Ms. McKeegan.
Hi. In the interest of time, I've also cut my speech so we can keep it moving along. Vice Chairman Von Gillern and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Garrett Swanson, Garrett Swanson. And I'm here on behalf of the Holland Children's Movement in opposition to LB 753. Senators, in October, our sister organization, the Holland Children's Institute, polled Nebraskans on whether or not they believe taxpayer dollars should be used to subsidize private and charter schools. A massive 67% of Nebraskans opposed or strongly opposed public funds for private schools, while 32% supported using public funds for private schools. Senators, across several polls, the Institute has found that there's simply no mandate for giving public money to private schools in Nebraska. If people believe their local public school isn't providing children the best opportunity to succeed, the solution is to give that school better tools to aid students. One of the great benefits of public schools is that Nebraskans can go to their local school board to lobby for changes they want to see and represent their child. There's nothing stopping us from taking techniques and lessons that work in private schools and implementing them in our public schools. Consistently, our polling has shown that Nebraskans take great pride in the state public school system, and we hope to have more up-to-date data soon to show the committee on how Nebraskans feel about private and charter schools. Thank you. And also, our poll is on our website. Please feel free to go look. And other than that, I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Edison McDonald, EDISON-MCDONALD, representing the ARC of Nebraska. We are Nebraska's largest membership organization, representing people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their families. I want to start by thanking Senator Merman, Senator Linehan, and Governor Pillen for their leadership on special education funding. We truly are in a special education crisis right now, and we need to take significant action to address it. However, we oppose LB 753 because we are concerned it will hurt students with disabilities. While we have members with disabilities who are in private schools, we have to look to protect all students with disabilities. We see consistently private schools take students with lower needs, but struggle with those children with far higher needs. So I wanted to share the story of one of my members who's experienced that. My name is Matt McNiff, and I oppose LB 753. I oppose this on several reasons. First, I'm a parent of a child with a disability, autism. My son Ben is 15 and has classic autism. Because of his communication needs and his disability, private schools will not accept him as a student. This is the reality of countless students across Nebraska. Private schools get the luxury of picking and choosing who gets to come to their schools and who gets to stay. Because of stories like these, where many students with disabilities may not be able to access private schools, we believe in protecting public school education programs. Remembering that really special education in Nebraska has only been around for a comparatively short time. It was only in 1978 when revised statute 79-3315 passed. It wasn't until 1991 that public law 99-457 passed, which was the amendment to an expansion of the Federal Education for All Handicapped Children Act. Our members are highly concerned that based upon programs in other states, that this may impact our special education programs that again are already in crisis. With that in mind, here are the conditions that need to be fully complied with to properly protect students with disabilities straight from our policy statements. Charter schools and private schools that accept public funds through a voucher or voucher-like system must comply with IDEA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. Specifically, they must provide zero reject and free appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment, including non-discriminatory evaluation, individualized appropriate education plans, access to the general curriculum, procedural safeguards, and parent participation. I know that earlier there were some comments about IDEA and how it applied. I just want to read some 2022 guidance because I think there's some confusion. While IDEA provides no individual entitlement to children with disability whose parents have placed them in private schools when FAPE is not at issue, the law does require that a school district spend a proportionate amount of its IDEA Part B funds to provide equitable services to this group of children, which could include direct and or indirect services.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. I need to call your attention to the time.
Yeah.
Any questions from the committee? Yes.
So how are kids doing in general with kids with disabilities in the public schools in the bigger cities, Omaha, Lincoln? How are they in?
It's all in crisis. Currently, OPS has 50.2% of their special education positions vacant, which is a staffing issue, which funding will fix part of. Hopefully we'll move on 80% funding or moving to 80% state funding. And hopefully we'll see other things like Senator Linehan's bill to provide SPED teachers $5,000 retention bonuses. But I guess our concern overall is that, as we see those struggles, we don't want to see those dollars even potentially moved away, which I'm not enough of an expert in TIOSA to say that is the case. Y'all can run circles around me on that.
So, and you did, when you first started speaking, you did acknowledge that part of the governor's plan is to increase the special education funding to 8% from 50%, correct?
Yes.
Will that help significantly?
Lots.
Okay.
I saw.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. McDonald, for being here this evening.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is April Jorgensen, APRILJORGENSEN. I come speaking on my own. My son has a medical diagnosis and has received special ed services since age 2 through our public school service. When he was in preschool, my family's financial stability, job stability, and mental health was always nearly in threat because he was nearly removed from preschool. You see, we don't offer free mandated preschool to all kids. And so we were constantly worried that he would be removed and we would have nowhere to enroll him, and how would I keep a job? The school did keep him, luckily, but it was not because they had to. They chose to. They could have chosen not to, and I would have nowhere to send him, nowhere. It was a huge relief when he aged into public schools where he's guaranteed enrollment and the services he needs. You can't tell me that all kids can use this scholarship fund because students like my son would not be accepted into these private schools. We even investigated a non-religious private school, and they were told me that they could not accept him and his needs. How do I know this further? I attended Catholic schools and I am not Catholic. My parents took me there because it was convenient. My dad still works there. I was an easy, good student. My brother was dyslexic. They couldn't handle his needs. He had to leave. I interviewed for a job at a Catholic school in Nebraska, and I was offered the job. It was a good interview. But they told me they wouldn't hire me. They wanted to offer me the job, but I needed to stop living with my fiance because they can discriminate against anyone they want in terms of employment and children. And they do every day, and I'm living proof of it. My dad still works at that Catholic school, and to this day, they still have virtually no special needs students in their school. Public schools can always improve, but funding an unaccountable parallel school system, i.e. public schools, will not help all students like mine. The school, right now, as they said earlier about special ed staffing, the school can no longer provide my son a one-on-one pair that he had before because they don't have the funding to pay a living wage to attract qualified applicants. But we're going to take money out of state coffers to give to the rich and corporations, and I'm going to have to explain to my son that he can't have his needs met. Lastly, I am really astounded that most people on this committee are disingenuous, unprepared, and unqualified to legislate on this bill. 2 senators I listened to here tonight had to ask a testifier to explain the negative tax implications of this bill. That's astounding. Lastly, there is a senator on this committee, Senator Kaus. All these people say we want school choice, parent choice, parent choice. Senator Kaus doesn't want parents to make medical decisions about their children.
Ms. Jorgensen, I need to call your attention to the time. Any questions from the committee? Thank you for being here this evening.
Good evening now at this time. Good evening, Vice Chairperson Von Gillern and the Revenue Committee. My name is Jess Parker, spelled Jessparker. I live here in Lincoln in District 30. I'm here today on my own personal capacity in opposition of LB 753. I'm very confused on where the line of parents know what's best for their child changes from being a positive thing when it's associated to education to parents absolutely do not know what's best for their child when it comes to extracurricular entertainment choices. But regardless, here we are. Let me tell you about my family. I have 3 kids who attend LPS. They are in 1st grade, 7th grade, and 9th grade. One of my children identifies as transgender. With that being said, I am so wholeheartedly thankful that my kids attend a school district that's protected by an equal protection clause. They can't kick out my transgender kid if they get upset, and they can't kick my kid out for simply being themselves. Without anything set in private schools' bylaws, it leaves an incredibly gray area that can be used to the private school's advantage to rid the non-conforming students from enrollment or scholarship revocation without an outlined due process. The next reason why I'm so relieved at this point that my kids attend public school is because 2 of my children have extra support put in place by an IEP and a 504 plan. I know there is a staff shortage. This is not only happening strictly with public school districts across the state, but also with private schools and universities. Yes, your child might have to wait a couple extra weeks to get services lined up and implemented through the public school system, but at least those services are provided and guaranteed through the free appropriate public education law. This law was enacted to ensure schools are required to provide special education to meet the unique and individual needs of a child. Private schools currently do not have to adhere to this federal law because the government isn't funding them. Many private schools aren't even equipped to enroll children with disabilities. They lack the proper staffing and proper equipment. I'm not sure where all of the paras, therapists, and special education teachers will come from in order for private schools to adequately support students with disabilities. Another opportunity that public schools offer to my kids is access to school libraries filled with books reflecting a wide range of subjects, including diverse characters, science, gender identity, and history told through a different lens other than your own. Books that are not censored to fit a certain skewed partisan narrative. The last reason today why I'm thankful my kids attend public school is to keep them safe from the horrific sexual abuse that continues to occur without any prosecution or repercussions within the city of Lincoln and within 2 other Catholic dioceses. The Attorney General's website states there were credible allegations of sexual abuse and misconduct from 258 documented victims in 2021. I certainly do not want my tax money contributing to that. I urge you to keep public schools funded and oppose LB 753.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Parker, any questions from the committee? Okay. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. You don't have to move each time. It's okay. You can just go in order. It's all right. It's not fair. It's not fair. You're getting to stretch your legs. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Melanie Knight, MELANIKNIGHT, and I am here today to oppose LB 753. I am a resident of District 38, so Senator Merman here. I am the mother of 2 grown children, both that attended public schools and received special services and accommodations covered and insured by IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act of 2004. Both of my children had IEPs, and the schools had the legal obligation to follow it at no cost to me and my family. Private schools in Nebraska are not legally obligated to follow IDEA. Students do not have an individual right to receive the same special education and related services, such as speech or occupational therapy, as they would in public school. Instead, they're entitled to equitable services. This is based on the funding available for those private schools, which can vary greatly from year to year. Private schools are only responsible for providing modifications, accommodations, and access to educational opportunities, such as a ramp for a child in a wheelchair. Private schools may offer special services, but they are not legally obligated to do so. And as I know from much experience, we as humans, more often than not, take the easy way out. I'm not saying that any or all private schools intentionally deprive any student of an appropriate education. In fact, I'm sure that every school, whether it be public or private, and every educator has the best intentions. However, we tend to do what is easy rather than what is right. Intentions are meaningless without action, and action does not happen without accountability. I had to advocate and then often fight for both of my children to receive the free and, more importantly, appropriate education that they were legally entitled to. Because public schools have to follow and adhere to IDEA, I had recourse. Private schools offer no due process nor recourse. In addition, there is no requirement or oversight nor accountability, much less transparency, something we've all heard about this last week. Both of my children are now productive citizens that are gainfully employed, participate in their local community, and pay taxes. I truly believe that this is due to them receiving the appropriate services each needed. Here's the deal. All parents want the best for their children, all parents. This bill is not it. Too many families and kids, especially those with challenges, whether it be physical, cognitive, emotional, psychological, behavioral, are going to partake in this, hoping for something better, just to find out that they are not receiving the services that they need. Not want, but need. So they will soon find out that what they have left for something better is now less than. This bill is not for everyone. Public dollars should be kept for public schools. Thank you.
Thank
Any
you for your
questions?
testimony. Any questions from the committee? Thank you, Ms. Knight. You hit the timer right on the dot.
Public speaking.
Hold on. Good evening.
Okay, those are making their way around. Good afternoon, Senator Von Gillern and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Jacob Carmichael, JACOB, Damn it. I'm an alumnus of St. Patrick's and Elkhorn High School, and I come today in opposition to Legislative Bill 753. First, I will point out that I am wearing this sweater as a recent graduate of Columbia University to show how public schools are just as extraordinary as private ones. Second, I would like to commend Senator Linehan. This bill is detailed, thought through, and provides clear definitions for every term and process, something I'm disappointed to say that we have not seen from all bills this week. However, whether we're calling it school vouchers or not, this bill is incredibly misguided and dangerous. As a few of you, I think 4 of you were here for, Senator Linehan, Senator Merman, Senator Reese, and Senator Albright, I'll refer to my testimony from Wednesday. The carefully crafted conservative curriculum I endured before high school resulted in 2 years of me being suicidal and wondering when God would simply smite me for my existence. Public high school and the diversities I encountered saved my life. Sadly, situations like mine are not even the largest issue in Catholic schools, pedophiles are. I will now list the parishes that have had substantiated claims of clergy sexual abuse and misconduct per the Archdiocese of Omaha. Alois, St. Aloysius, Amelia, St. Joseph, Atkinson, St. Joseph, Battle Creek, St. Patrick, Beamer, Holy Cross, Belden, St. Mary, Bellevue, St. Bernadette, Blair, St. Francis Borgia, Boys Town, Immaculate Conception, Butte, St. Peter and Paul, Cedar Rapids, St. Anthony, Central City, St. Michael, Clearwater, St. Teresa of Avila, Clyde, St. Patrick, Clarks, St. Peter, Coleridge, St. Michael, Constance, St. Joseph, Creighton, St. Ludger, Deloitte Township, St. John, Dixon, St. Anne, Dodge, St. Wenceslaus, Duncan, St. Stanislaus, Elgin, Pope John XIII High School, Elgin, St. Boniface, Emmett, Epiphany, Ewing, St. Peter of Alcantara, Fordyce, St. John, Fremont, St. Patrick, Fullerton, St. Peter, Genoa, St. Rose of Lima, Hartington, Cedar Catholic High School, Hartington, Holy Trinity, Hooper, St. Rose. I'll skip ahead. Omaha, St. Patrick's, mine, and I will skip to the end of my testimony because this list goes on for another page and a half. Not every parish on this list is associated with a school, but I would like to ask the senators to consider the relationship the Catholic Church has with education and the roles that clergy often plays in children's lives, as Governor Pillen even noted in his speech yesterday. This bill enables, funds, and exposes more vulnerable children to abuse. Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Senator Duncan.
Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillern. And Mr. Carmichael, going back to the very beginning of your testimony, I know it's a late day, I'm not going to go on and on. You saying you were suicidal for a couple of years takes a lot of courage to come here and talk about. I want to let you know that you're sitting here today and we see you and we hear you and we appreciate you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony tonight.
Hi, my name is Molly Davies, and I am a proud resident of Legislative District 5. Oh, sorry, MOLLYDAVIES. South Omaha girl, proud resident of LD 5. I'm an Omaha public school parent. I have 2 Jackson Jaguars in the dual language program. They are thriving. If you look up the school on Great Schools, you won't think so, but they're wrong. And I'm a proud public school teacher. For the last 11 years, I've been teaching in public schools. I'm a refugee and migrant specialist. I teach children who would not be included in the opportunity to apply for these scholarships because they come to the United States when they are teenagers and they are learning English. Additionally, I used to teach in Catholic schools. So I've been a teacher for 23 years and I spent the first half of my career in Catholic education. If this bill passes, we will have diverted $1 billion to private schools which have zero public accountability. And they don't take the accountability to graduate all of the students that they matriculate. At the risk of sounding disorganized, I'm going to spend my time addressing some of the things that I've heard rather than read my comments. One thing that I heard was from the woman who testified at Grand Island Central Catholic about having a public school special educator come out to her school. That 15 minutes a month is per student. So it's 4 students per hour. That means maybe they could hit 16 in a day. So if you had a program that had 30 SPED students, that would be 2 days a week plus 30 IEPs, all of the meetings, all of the corresponding data collection, and all of the corresponding paperwork that special educators do. And the vast majority of private schools do not have a dedicated special education teacher or program, and none are required to. And as the gentleman stated from ARC, we have a SPED teacher crisis. And that is not going to be solved in the next moment. When you take a special educator out of a public school and you send them to other schools, you stretch a system where you have a person who has already got an overstretched caseload. If you really cared about this and you cared about OPS schools and you wanted our score to increase, you would fund early childhood, you would fund more vocational training, you would fund more support for their parents. We would have a fully funded infrastructure for public transportation so they could get where they wanted to go. We would have fully funded healthcare. We would make sure that they are able to afford their housing. If every private school was the Omaha Street School, if every private school was Q's, some of these arguments might carry water, but it's not.
Thank you, Ms. Davies. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Dungan.
Thank you again, Chair Von Gillern, Vice Chair Von Gillern. And thank you for being here. You also offer the unique perspective that some other folks have had here, I think, where you've taught in both private and public
I
schools.
did, yeah. Most of my teaching career has been in Catholic education.
So there was somebody earlier who I'd asked a question to, which was a long time ago, so I apologize.
Been here since the beginning.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It was regarding expulsion in private schools
Yeah.
versus public schools. Can you elucidate a little bit more sort of the differences there? I mean, I think the testimony we heard was that there's really not expulsions from private schools. Was that your experience?
No. So I taught in a couple of Catholic high schools, and then I also taught in an environment. I was a professor at Creighton, and I ran a program that served under-resourced and fully resourced Catholic schools, and I trained teachers and recruited them for those schools. So I got to see actually a lot of schools, and it's pretty common for expulsions to happen, especially when we're talking about drug and alcohol use, fighting, some behaviors. Sometimes it's not necessarily an expulsion as much as it's a recommendation to a family that the child can't handle the academic environment, or that the school that's matriculated the child can't handle the child's disability, even though the tuition has already been paid. Typically, that's not refunded.
Thank you.
So, and I also have the experience being at a high school now that receives those students. I teach a high-performing inner-city downtown high school in Omaha, and we have wonderful programs, and we serve every type of kid that you could possibly imagine in our walls, and we do it with pride, and we do it with sensitivity to all children, no matter who walks in. Some of those children that walk in are the children who are expelled from Catholic schools, and we love them back to healing. We love them back to reconciliation with themselves. Some of the kids that walk in are the kids who leave Catholic schools, much like Jacob, who come in traumatized because they're trying to be themselves in an environment that's telling them they can't.
Thank you. I appreciate your background and your being here today. Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for what you do with particularly the refugee and migrant children. It's a
It is the best job in the universe,
huge-
but we need to be paid more money.
huge impact. Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening. Thank you for tirelessly listening to people who are concerned about our kids. My name is Carol Windrum, CarolWindrum. I'm United Methodist clergy. The church is a huge part of my life. And I understand the ministries of faith communities. I am not here to badmouth parochial schools at all. But being a church person, if my church chooses to offer a school opportunity, then as a church person, I put my monies into that school opportunity. That is my choice. My other hat is a taxpayer. My tax dollars should not be going to support my church's school. That's our thing. It's not up to the taxpayers. For me, this is such a separation of church and state issue. The woman who testified from the Catholic school in Grand Island, she talked about the importance of their faith-based curriculum. My faith is very important to me, but I will not impose that on other taxpayers who may not be walking the same spiritual path that I am. I just think that public dollars go into public schools. Church contributions on my part can go to a church school. we just, taxpayers represent atheists and Muslims and Hindus and Jews and Christians, all of us. To think that my tax dollars are going to go to a school that's going to promote a certain faith, it just doesn't sit well with me. And I am a person of a particular faith. So thank you for listening to me. Brenda Council, I mean, I used to be a teacher. The money ought to go into our public schools so that we can get that low student teacher ratio. Oh my gosh, that would be fantastic. So thank you for listening to me. And I keep hearing that parents should have a choice. Parents do have a choice. They do have a choice. So it's not like they don't have a choice. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Woodrum? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
My name is Jared Wagenish, JaredWagenecht. That always takes up half of my time. I have a footnote to a study that's already been referenced, so I'm going to skip that. A lot of information is shared here today, and within that, it's easy to lose the plot. And so what I want to do is clarify a few of the objections and talking points that have been heard on this bill today. So first off, the question is not about whether kids can have scholarships. They can. It's also not about whether wealthy folks can donate all their extra money to help those in need. They can do that too. The unanswered questions for this bill are: one, why is it that millionaires and billionaires need tax credits before they're willing to donate all their extra money to help those in need? And two, if we do choose to offer those tax breaks, what will the consequences be for other public services? If we choose to give wealthy folks back the money they donate, this will mean less revenue in the general fund. We know that the yearly cost of this program will balloon to over $200 million in the next 10 years. We know costs for similar programs around the country have also grown exponentially over time. Make no mistake, giving tax credits to provide scholarships for some will leave less for the majority of kids who are still served by public schools. It will mean less for those who are unable to go to private schools and often need significantly more resources than the average student. It means less for those without their own transportation to a school of their choice. It means less for kids in the 48 Nebraska counties without a private school. That is more than half. It means less for LGBTQ students and families. It means less for students whose families are unavailable or unaware of the program. It means less for English language learners and special education students. These two groups combined make up nearly 40% of the students at the public high school that I work at in Omaha. Make no mistake, there are also lots of English language learners in rural Nebraska as well. These students will be almost entirely unable to utilize opportunity scholarships. Rather than fixing things, this bill will provide a way out for some and even less for those that the market has historically left behind. I also want to address the warped view of parental choice that the proponents of this bill use to talk about school funding. You don't pay taxes to educate your own children. You don't just pay taxes to educate your own children. That's why you don't stop paying taxes when your kids graduate, and you don't stop paying taxes and you don't get a tax refund for not having kids. We fund public schools because we all benefit from an educated society. Regardless of the choices that you make for your kids, you benefit when the people you work with, the people you buy stuff from, the people who vote on your leaders are educated. That's why the Nebraska Constitution requires us to provide a free, non-sectarian education to everybody under age 21. Taxpayers don't get to sidestep their contributions to public services simply because they don't personally intend on using them. And I see the light, so I'll finish.
Thank you for respecting the time, sir. Any questions? Thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you, Revenue Committee. Wes Jensen, Wesjensen. I reside in LD7, Senator Vargas. However, I was grown up in Senator Merman's district. Good to see you. Thank you for the time. I want to echo what Cindy said earlier. Thank you for making this a committee hearing where all voices can be heard. That has not been the case, and so I appreciate that decision. I am here as a public school teacher. I have taught for 15 years. However, 9 of my years were at a previous school that did testify as a proponent to this bill. I am here in opposition, and there's a big reason why. As I said, I'm a proud public school graduate, but I also attended a private school as well. And there's a reason why we left. We left because my sister had a reading struggle. And the decision that school chose to make, that private school, put her in the hall, have her read to a grandma. We know that doesn't work. So we went to a public school. My sister is now also a proud public school teacher in the district Senator Merman represents. So when we say private schools accept all students, sure, they may come, but they can't live to be their true self. And neither can adults. In 2008, I had to call the founder of the private school I was going to work for to ask for permission to live with 2 females. In 2008, I'm also a gay man, but I didn't accept myself. And working at a private school for 9 years didn't allow me to be my true self. And it didn't allow all students to be their true self. There was a student I fondly remember at that school decided to participate in the National Day of Silence. She was punished. The National Day of Silence is an opportunity to honor LGBTQ plus members, their humanity. And she was forbidden to do that and punished for it. Do not tell me private schools do not discriminate against students or adults. I have a minute left. I haven't even looked at my phone anymore because I'm livid to hear that people think private schools do not discriminate. They do. I teach an alternative ed. I forgot to mention that. I also taught in Minnesota for 2 years at a public charter school that did get to hand select their students as well. If you were a behavior issue at my private school here in Nebraska or at those charter schools, they were turned away. They were kicked out. They were expelled. There is no process. It is just simply a decision. In my public school now, an alternative ed public school in Omaha, we have processes that we have to abide by. Do not keep giving public dollars to entities that discriminate and get to choose who they do or do not serve. And that is why I oppose LB 753. I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee?
Thank
Seeing none, Mr. Jensen, thank you for being here this evening.
Good evening. My name is Molly Gross, MOLLYGROSS. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I know it's been a really long day. I come as a representative of Nebraska PTA, National PTA, and a graduate of Bellevue Public Schools. I have 4 kids who have all gone through Bellevue Public Schools, and 2 of them had IEPs. I've been on the PTA and served in various committees on the state board. I'm the federal legislative chair. I go and lobby in Washington. For over 125 years, PTA has been the largest volunteer advocacy group in our nation. Today's PTA is a network of millions of families, students, teachers, administrators, business, and community leaders. The National PTA and Nebraska PTA oppose any private school choice proposal or voucher system. Essentially, that's what this is. Public dollars carry the responsibility for providing public access, governance, and accountability. We believe that public support for any school must not be allowed to detract or to divert money from the continued operation of the national public education system. Voucher programs, however, weaken our nation's public schools by diverting desperately needed resources away from the public school system and fund education for a few select students in private religious schools. Voucher programs have proven ineffective in improving students' academic achievement They lack accountability, deprive students of rights and protections that they would receive in public schools, and fail to provide adequate services for students most in need. Funding for voucher programs does not increase equitable access for resources that many students need and weaken public schools, which are responsible for providing access to educational opportunity. In conclusion, Nebraska PTA and National PTA urge you to strengthen the state's public schools, oppose private school scholarship programs, and any other mechanism to funnel public dollars away from the public schools to private schools, public dollars for public schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Gross.
Hey y'all.
Hi there.
This is fun. So my name is Sarah Smolin. It's SARAHSMOLEN. I was a student in private schools in various states throughout my education. I also taught in private and public schools, and I'm the mother of a public school student. I'm going to cut it short because a lot of people have made really great and compelling points, but I just wanted to share some of my experiences as a student in private school and then also as a teacher. Particularly in my high school. I did go to a private high school in Iowa, which is the state that we are allegedly competing with now. So perhaps this will add some weight to that. The school that I attended, a private Christian school. Definitely, when we hear private education, a lot of people have just assumed that it's better. I would argue that in many cases it is not. For example, the school that I attended did not provide enough academic support for high achieving students or low achieving students. We didn't have an ELL program, so students who English was not their first language just simply could not attend. Students who had special needs, whether that was ADHD, OCD, or maybe something that required more support, could not get the adequate support that they needed. Students like myself who perhaps would have benefited from AP courses, they weren't offered, so didn't get that as well. And it was also simply not a safe space. I believe Wes talked about how private schools can be very discriminatory. It was not a safe space for LGBTQ students. Many of my former classmates have since then come out of the closet and understood that for that time in high school, it was terrifying. It was nightmarish. It wasn't safe to be who they were. They would not be supported and in fact would be treated as if something was wrong with them. And frankly, that's unacceptable. I did teach at that same school after I completed college. That's what you do. And at that time, I was one of, I believe, 2 qualified teachers on staff in the high school. Other teachers had been there many, many years. They did not have college degrees. They did not attend any kind of teacher qualifying programs. They were just people with textbooks who knew how to read. And that was alarming. We were essentially underqualified people teaching other kids who then would continue to be underqualified. So as we're considering this and as we're looking at this, I want to just indicate that there's no oversight. There was no governing body to ensure that there were qualified educators, that we were meeting certain academic benchmarks. It was essentially a free-for-all. And that would be my main concern and why I would ask you to oppose LB 753.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Smolin. Appreciate you being here.
Hello, I am Nancy Meyer, NANCYMEYER, and I submitted some written testimony ahead of time, which addressed my concerns about special education because I was a public school special educator for 44 years, first as a teacher, then as an administrator. And given that, I appreciate Governor Pillen's proposal for increases in education spending and especially special education. They're both long overdue and very welcome. And after listening to the testimony and particularly the introduction, I understand that the intent is to not reduce public school funding. I certainly hope that's the case. However, the experience in other states, particularly Wisconsin, Arizona, and Indiana, have shown that the more money that is funneled toward private education, it ultimately does harm public education. Because as the amount increases for private, the amount of money left for public diminishes. Perhaps the reason people have said so many times today that they don't want public education harmed is because over time we have seen it chronically on the chopping block. And it has been underfunded for ever since I was a little kid. And we are always on the alert for cuts. Now, the last thing I want to say is to say that we're not really using tax dollars for private schools is disingenuous as far as I'm concerned. It's a shell game. To say that because it never went into the general fund, it really isn't public money. Well, it was going to be public money. It was intended to be public money. It was calculated to be public money when the person filled out their income tax return. And so to say it's really not public money going to private entities, like I say, is disingenuous. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, Ms. Meyer, thank you for being here.
Good evening. Senator Kaufman, I'm a constituent in your district. And it's a constituent face-to-face. My name is Abby Burke, ABBY-BURKE. I'm not the kind of doctor you come to for medical emergencies. I have an EDD, not an MD. But my loving husband would say, if you want something researched to death, call Dr. Burke. I'm testifying in opposition to LB 753. I'm here as a proud parent and an educator. I have 2 children that have gone through public schools in Nebraska. Our son will be completing his schooling in May. Our daughter is enrolled at UNL and will graduate with a degree in secondary mathematics. She's planning to be a high school math teacher and is contemplating leaving Nebraska due to policies such as this, which is rather unfortunate considering the Nebraska Department of Education recently put out a report that we had 1,251 unfilled and vacant positions for this current school year, and it's projected to increase. So as a mom, saying goodbye to my daughter is heartbreaking, but knowing that you're going to be losing a secondary math educator in an area where there is a shortage is rather unfortunate. I'm a lifelong educator. Some of my professional positions have included classroom teacher, curriculum specialist, university instructor, state agency reading specialist. My expertise is in reading development and reading acquisition. I teach students to read. Every decision that I make in my role as an educator is grounded in one question: is this what is best for students? And when I ask myself this question, it's not answered based on personal experience, anecdotal stories, what my daughter thinks, what my neighbor thinks, or what my best friend thinks, although they're great stories. It's always grounded and informed by research. We heard lots of really interesting anecdotal stories that were not grounded in research today. Lovely stories, true, but not based in research, based on a study of N of 1. Research findings indicate that LB 753 is not what is best for students. In fact, the research informs us that states that have implemented laws that mirror 753 have not led to increase in math and reading scores for students. I included a hard copy of a testimony and a link to the report published by the Economic Policy Institute, which is an independent, non-bipartisan organization, where you can read a summary of an analysis of 25 years of research, a meta-analysis on scholarship or voucher systems, and it resoundingly found that this system does not improve student achievement. Private school scholarships or vouchers are not the key to unlock educator potential. Please contact me if you wish for me to provide you policies and practices that research does indicate that lead to student achievement, because that's my jam, that's my game, and I will find that research for you and share it with all of you.
Perfect. Thank you. Any questions from Ms. Burke?
Anything you want me to find out?
Dr. Burke?
I can find it out.
We've got your contact information, so thank you so much.
And
Appreciate
again,
you
the
being here.
report at the bottom,
Appreciate it.
helpful research. 25 years of that.
All right, long night. Do not be intimidated by the big packet. For the sake of time, we're going to move along a little quickly. And I apologize for the typo. Senator Von Gilman demoted you and promoted Senator Breezy on this, so my apologies. And I'm not going to read
At this
the
point,
entire.
you can have it.
Not going to read all of it, but I'm going to read a part that to me is important. Thank you, Vice Chair Von Gillam, members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Nixie Guerreca. That's DUNIXIGUERECA. I am the Executive Director of Stand for Schools, a nonprofit dedicated to advancing public education in Nebraska. Stand for Schools is here in strong opposition of LB 753. Nebraskans have many things to be proud of, and their history of supporting public education is at the top of that list. Nebraskans have long known that educated citizenry is crucial for the continued functioning of a democracy, and the best way to ensure that all citizens receive an education is to support public education. We oppose LB 753 because it does not protect Nebraska's children against discrimination by private schools. As a proud child of 2 Mexican immigrants, this is especially important to me. Unlike public schools, which are open to all, page 3, line 16 to 17 of the bill states that private schools under LB 73 must comply with 42 USC 1981, which only prohibits intentional discrimination based on race. That means students will not be protected from discrimination based on religion, national origin, special education needs, English language learner status, refugee status, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, pregnancy, or disability. Moreover, even this protection is insufficient to protect against discrimination based on race. The Supreme Court has held that Section 1981 does not allow plaintiffs to demonstrate discrimination by analyzing the disparate impact policies such, take a second, policies on different racial groups, meaning that unless a school can be shown to be intentionally admitting, punishing, or expelling students based on their race, an extraordinarily high legal bar to meet, LB 753 as written will not protect minority students. Section 12 states that the bill should not be construed as granting the state more authority over participating private schools. Stand for Schools does not believe taxpayer dollars should be used to support schools that may be closed to some children. And that does not meet the same accountability requirements as public schools. As Governor Pillen told us this week, public dollars come with public responsibilities. And for the sake of time, we'll leave it at that, and we'll open to any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here this evening.
I was going to say, hopefully the light's still out, but no, it's dark out.
Do we have any others wishing to testify in opposition? Seeing none, any neutral testimony? Seeing none, I will note that we have letters that were emailed in for the record. We had 231 proponents, 262 opponents, and 4 neutral testimonies. And with that, we will close the hearing on 753. Oh, no, we won't. We will hand off to Senator Linehan for closing. Oh, I was so close.
And I got 30 minutes.
Yeah. I'm sure my authority goes that far.
I'm not going to go through all this tonight. We can, a couple things I want to just say for the public record. There are 48